You set the controller down with deliberate care, not because you need to, but because it feels like a ritual, like marking the end of something that was never quite meant to end. The screen goes dark and the room settles into silence so thick you can feel it in your teeth, a quiet that doesn't come from absence, but from presence. Like after a long conversation where every word has already been spoken. Your fingers hover over the keyboard for just a breath longer than necessary, as if one more key press might undo what's already sealed. But there's no reset button here. Only stillness. You exhale and it doesn't feel like air leaving your lungs, but like something loosening inside you. Something that had been wound too tightly around the edges of choices made in another world. This is a sleep story for gamers who've just closed their screen. Not because they're tired, but because they need permission to stop. A cozy fantasy sleep story where nothing must be earned and no quest ever demands completion. And after gaming wind down that doesn't pretend you were never alert, didn't care about the outcome, or weren't fully in it, when every decision felt like a thread pulled from a tapestry only you could see. You are here now, not elsewhere. Your body is present, your mind still humming, but no longer racing. This is original imaginative fiction for relaxation and entertainment. Nothing in this space has been designed to heal you or fix what isn't broken. It is not therapy. It does not promise sleep. It only offers the soft weight of a place that doesn't expect anything from you. You are not required to be anyone else here. No one is watching your performance. No save file needs backing up. And nothing will vanish if you forget it. You step into the inn as though walking through an old doorway in memory, the kind that opens inward with just enough resistance, a hinge that knows how to breathe. The air is warm but not hot, like the inside of a well-used coat, or the space between two quilted layers on winter mornings. There is no scent of smoke nor perfume, only something faint and earthy, damp stone. Yes, but also dried lavender, tucked into corners where it won't be disturbed. The light isn't bright, not even dim. It glows in patches like memories held just beneath the surface, soft enough to fall asleep under. A wooden token hangs at eye level on a brass hook by the door. It's carved from birch, smooth and worn with time, shaped like no particular thing, no animal, No symbol, only the impression of having been made gently by hands that didn't rush. You reach out and let your fingers brush it. Not to take it, but just to feel its shape against your skin. The moment you do, a quiet chime rings, not loud, not jarring, but like a single note played on a bell that had forgotten how to sound. The keeper appears without fanfare or footsteps, simply there in the space beyond the threshold, standing beside a small table where 3 cups sit waiting. Their coat is gray and unadorned, sleeves rolled just above the elbows as if they've been working quietly all along. They don't look up immediately, but hold your gaze with quiet recognition, as though you were expected not by plan or schedule, but simply because you arrived at the right time. They hand you a cup without asking what you'd prefer, because it doesn't matter and because they know there's no choice to be made. The liquid inside is deep amber, steaming faintly, smelling of roasted chestnuts and something like dried orange peel. It isn't coffee nor tea. It belongs somewhere between both. Not quite warm enough to burn, but just hot enough to sink into your palms. You take it and feel the heat spread through your fingers like light from a buried star. You don't need to drink it right away. No one is watching how fast or slow you go. You move slowly toward the far end of the hall, where a long bench stretches beneath a window that's shaped like no ordinary rectangle, but more like a dream caught mid-swing, curved at the top and wide on the sides, framed in dark wood with vines painted along its edges. The glass is old, slightly warped, so that when you look through it, things shift just enough to feel unreal without being untrue. You set your travel pack down beside the bench. It's not heavy. Not really. Just full of things you carry too long. Spare batteries. A crumpled map from a game you've never returned to. A note written in red ink that says maybe tomorrow, folded into a pocket and forgotten until now. You leave it there. The inn doesn't demand explanations. It asks only for presence. The keeper watches as you settle your weight onto the bench, then turns away without saying anything. They walk toward a low counter where another cup rests beside a ledger open to a page with no entries. Their pen hovers above the paper, not writing, not stopping, just resting in quiet suspension. You don't know how long they've been doing it, whether they started before you arrived or whether this moment is simply part of an endless rhythm. You take your first sip. The drink isn't sweet, but deep and round, like a forest after rain had soaked into the earth for days without stopping. It leaves behind a warmth that pools low in your chest. Not urgent, not overwhelming, just steady like a hand resting on your shoulder when you don't even realize you're tired. The lanterns flicker once as if remembering themselves. A single wick inside one of them settles into stillness with a soft sigh. A sound so quiet, it could be the memory of flame rather than its actual death. It's not extinguished, just settled. The light changes slightly, not brighter, not dimmer, but different in quality, like focus adjusting. You glance around again and notice things you didn't see before. A shelf lined with small books that look like they were written by no one at all. A clock on the wall that doesn't tick but hums faintly underneath its face, like breathing. A pair of boots near the hearth, their laces undone, as if someone slipped them off and left without needing to explain. Nothing feels unfinished. No open doors. No hidden levers. Just quiet. You reach for your coat and pull it off slowly. It's been on all evening, pressed against you in ways that made you feel both armored and exposed, like a costume worn too long. Now, the fabric falls away with no ceremony, folded neatly over the back of the bench. You don't worry about where it will be later or whether it will be there when morning comes. You hear rain touch a shutter somewhere beyond the wall, a soft series of taps that aren't loud enough to mark time, but just close enough to remind you it's falling. It doesn't feel like weather exactly, more like sound woven into silence so perfectly that you can only notice it because it isn't quite part of the quiet. You stand and move toward the alcove where blankets hang from a wooden rod. There are no labels, no colors, just layers of fabric in soft hues. Moss green, slate gray, deep clay brown. One with tiny stitches along the edge that look like stars stitched into earth. You pull down the plainest one, the one that doesn't seem to have been touched much, and unfold it across your lap as if laying out a promise. The keeper is still at the counter. The ledger remains open. Their pen hasn't moved. They haven't turned around, but you feel their attention. Not on you, not on anything, but just present, like light in a room that doesn't need to be seen. You tuck the blanket under your feet and lean back against the bench. Your head rests lightly at an angle where the wood supports you without effort. The cup is still warm. You don't sip again yet. There's no urgency, only time that exists not as something to use, but as something already used, something that has been passed through like breath between two bodies who know each other. You let your fingers trail along the edge of the blanket, not lifting it, just feeling how the weave holds a memory of touch. Soft but firm, like cloth that has been folded and unfolded many times in the quiet between moments. It's not heavy enough to pull you down, nor light enough to disappear. You press your palm flat against it now, as if testing whether warmth still lives there from someone else's hands, or if this is only yours. The room doesn't answer. It simply holds what you give it. Beyond the wall, rain continues. Steady, but not insistent. As though time itself has slowed its breath to match the rhythm of your own. You close your eyes for a moment, and when you open them again, the lanterns are dimmer than before. Not because they've gone out, but because their light now feels less like illumination and more like something breathing in harmony with the air. One flickers once at the edge of sight, just a pulse, and then settles back into its glow like someone exhaling after holding still for too long. You shift your weight slightly on the bench, letting the wood adjust beneath you, as if it knew exactly how much pressure to offer. The blanket stays tucked under your feet. You don't need to tuck more. There's no need to cover up. Not here. Your shoulders are lower now. The line between where your body ends and the space around you begins has softened into something without borders. A sound comes from somewhere in the corner, low and soft, like a page turning in an old book that hasn't been read for years. Not loud enough to be noticed at first, but not quite accidental either. You turn your head slowly toward it. There's no source you can name, just the impression of movement behind one of the wooden shelves, where stacks of small books stand upright like sentinels with no orders and no reason to move. You don't reach for them. You don't wonder what they're about or whether any of them are ever opened. The silence between you and them is not empty. It's full in a way that doesn't demand explanation. It's simply the kind of quiet where things exist without needing your attention, but still welcome yours if it comes. The keeper remains at the counter, their form no longer distinguishable from the shadow behind the edge of light. You can see the outline of their head bent slightly over the ledger. No pen in motion, no new mark made, but they haven't moved for a long time now. Not even to adjust their sleeve or shift position. They're not waiting. They aren't watching. But you feel that they are aware, as if awareness were something that didn't require attention. You slide your hand into the pocket of your coat, still draped over the bench. It's empty except for a single smooth stone, something you don't remember putting there. Or perhaps something you picked up long ago without knowing why. You pull it out now and hold it between two fingers. It's cool to the touch, worn down on one side, as though someone had turned it in their hand over time. There's no inscription, no pattern. Just a quiet weight that fits perfectly in your palm. You place it back into the pocket without thinking about what comes next. Not because you're forgetting, but because there is no next. Nothing to retrieve, nothing to return. It isn't lost. It simply belongs here, where things rest unclaimed and undisturbed. The drink in your cup has cooled a little. The warmth still lingers in the base of your throat, though the steam has long since vanished. You lift it again, not because you're thirsty, but because the motion feels like an offering to the moment. You bring it close, not to sip, just to feel its presence between your hands, as if holding a memory that doesn't need to be recalled. Outside, something stirs in the trees. Just one branch shifting under the weight of rainwater, or perhaps the wind's breath passing through without notice. But you hear it anyway, not because it was loud, but because silence has grown so deep that even small things carry their own sound like footfalls on stone. You breathe out slowly, and the air leaves your lungs not with effort, but as if released from a long-held promise. Your back is against the bench now, not leaning into it, but resting in its shape, letting yourself be shaped by where you are rather than fighting to stay upright. The clock behind the wall hums beneath its face again, a low tone like air moving through roots deep underground. Not urgent, not threatening. Just a steady pulse that doesn't measure time so much as mark its presence. It's not keeping track. It's just being there, in the same way the room is, neither claiming nor resisting. You close your eyes once more and let go of everything you've been carrying. The decisions made, the paths taken, the last few minutes spent pressing buttons to end a game that never really had an ending. You don't need to shut them away. They're not gone. They're simply allowed to stay where they are. In the past, like footprints left behind after walking through soft earth. There's no map here, no objective. Just a quiet knowledge of being present, of having arrived not by journey, but by pause, by stillness, by choosing not to move forward or backward. You feel your feet on the floor now. Not because you're standing, but because they've settled into place as if always meant to be there. The blanket remains under them, wrapped in a way that doesn't need explanation. It's just what happens when you let things unfold without pulling at their edges. The room breathes with you. Not in sync, not matching, but in resonance. Like two stones dropped into water at different times, sending ripples that cross over one another and then fade back into stillness without collision. A shape appears near the door, just for a moment, a shadow that isn't quite solid, more like mist caught between breaths. It moves slowly across the floorboards, not toward you, not away from you, just passing through as if it were part of the air itself. And then it's gone. Not with a sound or a flicker, but simply by becoming nothing again. You don't question what it was. You don't wonder where it came from or why it appeared now. It wasn't an omen. It wasn't a sign. It was just part of the quiet that lives between moments. The kind of thing you only notice because it reminds you that things are allowed to be without needing meaning. The lanterns flicker once more, but this time, not in response to anything. No draft, no change in air, just a small movement within their light, like flame, remembering how to dance even when there's nothing burning. You don't look at them long. You let the moment pass through you without catching it. Your fingers uncurl from the cup and rest on your lap. The warmth has settled into your bones, not like fever or excitement, but like sunlight that fell too late in the day and stayed anyway, refusing to leave. You notice now a faint scent rising from the blanket. Something not quite wool, not quite linen, something older than either, like dried grass after rain, like moss growing under stone. It doesn't overwhelm. It lingers at the edge of your awareness, just enough to remind you that this place is made of small things held together by care. You shift again, but gently. Just a slight turn of your hips, as if adjusting for comfort, without needing permission. The bench creaks once, softly, like an old chair remembering its own shape. The keeper hasn't turned around. Their hand rests on the ledger now, not touching it in any way that might suggest writing or marking, but simply resting there, palm flat. Fingers splayed, as if cradling something too delicate to hold tightly. You don't know how long you've been sitting like this. Not minutes, not hours. Just time passed through. Not used, just given over. Your thoughts, your thought moan fine fluorescence plate to us. Even when there's nothing burning. You don't look at them long. You let the moment pass through you without catching it. Your fingers uncurl from the cup and rest on your lap. The warmth has settled into your bones, not like fever or excitement, but like sunlight. That fell too late in the day and stayed anyway. Refusing to leave. You notice now a faint scent rising from the blanket. You notice a warmth spreading through your shoulders, not from effort or exertion, but like heat rising from stone that has lain in sunlight for too long and refuses to cool. It isn't uncomfortable, just steady, patient, as though it's been waiting for you to finally settle into the space between breaths. The air near the window is still, untouched by any draft. Yet something shifts, a faint ripple across the surface of your awareness. Like a single thread tugged in a tapestry no one remembers weaving. You don't turn toward it. There's no need. It doesn't demand attention. It simply exists, part of the quiet that has become less like silence and more like presence. The cup is empty now, though you didn't realize when or how. The warmth from its base has long since faded into your palms, leaving behind a memory of heat that lingers in the skin itself. You don't reach for it again. Instead, you let your hands rest on your thighs as they are. Palms open, fingers slightly curved, not because of posture, but because gravity and stillness have arranged them this way. Like roots sinking into soil without seeking direction. There is a small sound from the corner where the shelf meets the wall. A soft click, almost too faint to register. You don't turn your head. The sound isn't meant for you. It's not an invitation. It's just one of those moments when wood settles after being still for hours, releasing a tiny tension that has built up in its grain. Like the air itself, sighing without needing breath. The blanket shifts again, just slightly. Not because of movement on your part, but as if something beneath it has stirred. Not with intention, but simply by having been there all along. A small fold near the hem rises and falls once, like a chest breathing in rhythm with the room's quiet pulse. You don't correct it. There's no reason to smooth anything out here. You feel your spine lengthen, not because you're sitting up straight, but because the way you've been leaning into stillness has allowed your back to stretch without effort. The bones align not through willpower or adjustment, but through release. It's like water finding its level after being carried too far by current. There is no striving in it, no correction. The lantern light on the wall flickers again, not with hesitation or tremor, but as though the flame has decided to rest for a moment, not out of fear or fatigue, but because even fire knows when to pause between its movements. You watch it from the corner of your eye, then let your gaze drift past it, past the wooden beam above, the patch of wall where a single thread of ivy grew through a crack long ago and never left. The paint has peeled around it in quiet arcs, revealing not wood beneath but something darker, older, a grain that doesn't belong to the house. You don't know how you came to notice it now. You didn't see it before. But there it is. A shape in the wall where shadows have pooled for years, not because of light angles or corners, but because they've grown accustomed to sitting there, waiting without knowing why. The ivy's leaves are dry and brittle, yet still green at their edges, like memory that has survived beyond its time. A faint smell returns, not from the blanket this time, but from somewhere deeper in the room. Not wood or fabric, something earthier, like the scent of soil after a storm has passed through untouched fields. It's not strong enough to be called fragrance, nor weak enough to be ignored. It rises between breaths, carried on air that hasn't moved since you arrived. You close your eyes for just long enough to feel the difference. Not darkness, but absence of form. The inside of your lids is warm and still. You don't try to see anything. You let the space behind them remain unclaimed by images or thoughts. There's no need to fill it. It already holds what you've left behind. When you open them again, the lantern light has softened further, not dimmed, not gone out, but changed in tone, as if filtered through something that isn't glass or flame, but memory itself. The glow now feels like a color you've never named, one that sits between amber and moss, one that doesn't belong to daylight or fire, but exists somewhere between them. The keeper hasn't moved since last you saw them. Their hand is still on the ledger, palms flat, fingers relaxed, and there's no sign they're about to write anything. The book lies open, not because it has been used, but because it was meant to stay open. Like a door left slightly ajar for someone who never comes. You don't wonder if anyone ever writes in it. You don't ask whether the entries are real or imagined. What matters is that it's there, open, waiting, not expecting anything, yet holding space. Regardless, the sound from outside changes, not suddenly, but gradually. A soft patter begins on the roof above, not hard rain, not even a downpour, just drops falling at intervals, so spaced they feel like pauses between thoughts. Each one lands with such precision that you can almost count them if you wanted to. But you don't want to. You let each drop land in its own silence. One of the shutters creaks, just once. Not because it's loose or needing repair, but as though something inside it has woken up for a moment and stretched before settling back again. The sound is low and slow, like an old bone remembering how to move after being still too long. You don't feel tired in the way you do when your body resists sleep. There's no heaviness that pulls at your eyelids or dulls your thoughts. It's more like softness, the kind of feeling that comes from sitting under a tree on an afternoon when nothing is expected of you. And even the birds have stopped singing, not out of fatigue, but because they've realized there's no need. There's a weightlessness to it, not floating, not airy, but free in the way gravity forgets its own rules for just a little while. You are not being held by anything except stillness itself. There is no goal, no task, not even the desire to return to your body as you knew it before entering. A faint glow appears near the floor, just above the wooden boards where they meet the baseboard. It's not light from a lantern or flame. It's like warmth rising up from beneath. Not heat exactly, but something that feels warm in the same way the sun does on your skin after being indoors too long. It pulses once, gently, then fades as if it had never been. You don't react to it. You don't try to understand. It wasn't meant for you. It didn't come to be seen or remembered. It was simply a moment when light returned to the floor, not with purpose, but because it could. The room breathes again, this time in slow rhythm, like someone sleeping deeply and not knowing they're doing so. The air shifts slightly, not enough to stir anything physical, but enough to make you aware that space itself is alive, not as a force or presence, but as a quiet companion. You feel your legs relax, not because you've moved them, but because tension has dissolved without being noticed. It's like ice melting into water and then simply becoming part of the flow. There are no edges to hold onto now, no resistance, no need to stay upright, alert, or ready. A faint scent returns, this time from your own clothes. Not the blanket, not the room. Like laundry dried in sunlight with a touch of salt air. You don't remember wearing this shirt yesterday. Or perhaps you did. But it doesn't matter. The smell is familiar without needing explanation. It belongs to a moment that has already passed. The ledger shifts, just slightly, not because of wind or hands, but as if the book itself decided it no longer needed to stay open. A corner folds inward slowly, like a leaf curling at dusk. Then stillness returns. Outside, the rain slows. The drops grow farther apart until only one lands every few breaths. And then, nothing. Not silence exactly, but absence of sound, as though the world has paused, not out of fear or anticipation, but because it's decided to rest for a moment too. You notice that your fingers have stopped twitching, not because you've willed them to, but because they no longer know how to move in any direction other than stillness. There's a soft weight across your lap now, not from a blanket or quilt, but from something that settled there without being placed. The quiet of time passing between one breath and the next. It settles like dust on a shelf where nothing is ever taken down. Not because it matters, but simply because no one has thought to disturb it in years. The air carries a faint vibration, not loud enough to be heard, not sharp enough to be felt, but you sense it as though your skin had grown sensitive to the slow turning of something very old, like a stone slowly rotating beneath an ocean floor. There's a shelf nearby, low and built into the wall like a ledge someone might use to rest their tea. It holds no books, no jars, not even a single feather or pebble. Just a small bowl made from a kind of wood that seems to have been carved by wind rather than hand, smooth on one side, rough on the other, as if it had been left out in rain and sun until it learned how to remember its shape without needing form. Inside it sits a single blue stone, no larger than your thumb, cool against the warmth of the room's air. You don't pick it up. You don't even look at it closely. It simply is. And because it is, you realize that being here doesn't require you to do anything except be the light from the wall lantern above the hearth has changed subtly, so faintly that if you blinked too soon, you might miss it entirely. The flame now flickers, not in response to draft or wind, but as though it is breathing with the room itself. Shadows are born from difference, light and dark, presence and absence. But here, that distinction has softened into something like mist on a morning lake. The flame breathes, and the space around it softens as if the air had become thick with sleep. A sound comes from outside, not rain, not wind, but the slow, steady rhythm of water dripping onto wood. Not from a gutter or eave, but from somewhere deeper in the structure, like a tap inside the wall that hasn't been turned off since before you were born. It's low and regular, like a heartbeat measured by something older than blood. You don't count it. You don't listen for patterns. It doesn't ask anything of you. It just is, like everything else. You shift slightly, just enough to feel the warmth where your back meets the chair. Not from heat, but from pressure, like memory returning through touch. Your shirt brushes against your skin with a softness that reminds you of something you once wore as a child. A cotton tunic left behind in some forgotten closet, worn thin at the collar, but still held close because it smelled of sunshine and laughter. You don't recall its color now, but you know what it felt like to wear it. Light, unburdened, easy. The keeper is no longer visible, though you never really saw them clearly anyway. They were not a figure in a coat or hood, nor did they move with purpose or pause. Instead, their presence was the way silence settles after someone leaves a room, not because there's emptiness, but because something has finished speaking without needing to be heard. A new scent arrives, light and fleeting, like dried lavender left near an open window during autumn. It doesn't last long enough for you to name it, but it lingers in your mind as though it had been waiting all along just to be recognized. Not a memory, not a dream, but something that only exists in the space between waking and sleeping. You close your eyes, not because you're tired, but because there's no longer anything to see except what has already settled into stillness. The edges of your awareness begin to blur, not in confusion or loss, but like ink dissolving in water until it becomes part of the whole. There is no boundary between what is inside and outside now. No separation between breath and air, between thought and silence. The floor beneath you hums, not with sound, but with a kind of feeling, like warmth rising from earth after a long night's rest. It doesn't come through your feet or legs, but as though the ground itself has opened up just enough to let something quiet pass through it without making noise. You don't wonder where it comes from. You don't ask what it means. It simply arrives, like a note passed between two people who have known each other too long for words. Your hands lie open now, not relaxed, not tense, but exactly as they were meant to be. The wooden token you placed earlier on the hook near the door has changed, just a little. The paint is darker at one edge, almost blackened by something that wasn't there before. Not decay, not wear, but as though it had absorbed some memory from the room, or perhaps just remembered its own name after years of being forgotten. You don't go to look at it again. You don't need to. There's no point in remembering what has already been held. The light from the hearth moves now, slowly, like a tide pulling back from shore. It doesn't dim all at once. Instead, it folds inward, curling into itself until only a faint glow remains. Like embers after a fire has finished burning but hasn't yet cooled. There's no need to speak, no reason to respond. The room isn't waiting for you to say anything. It already knows what you are. A soft sound comes from the far corner, the kind of creak that doesn't come from wood or hinges, but from something much older. A floorboard that remembers how to breathe when no one is listening. You don't turn your head. You don't look toward it, but you feel it like a ripple in water caused by nothing at all. The air shifts again, not enough to move the lantern, not enough to stir dust, but just enough for you to know that something has passed through without being noticed. And then there's only stillness. The kind that doesn't come from effort or silence, but from completion of a rhythm too gentle to be named. You are not falling asleep. You are not drifting. You are simply here, where the world is no longer asking you to do anything except be. The blanket on your lap has changed color, not in hue, not in texture, but in how it feels against your skin. It's softer now, not because it was ever hard before, but because it has stopped pretending to hold something back. It doesn't cover you anymore. Instead, it wraps around you like an old friend who no longer needs to say anything. You don't adjust it. You don't pull it higher or lower. It stays exactly where it is, because there's nowhere else for it to go. The scent of sun-dried cotton returns. Not the same as before, but close enough that your body remembers what it felt like to be warm without needing fire. Not from the blanket, not from a room, but from somewhere deeper. A moment when you were small and someone tucked you in with hands that didn't know how to fail. The ledger is closed now, its spine slightly bent, as if it had grown tired of being open for so long. The last page lies flat against the one beneath it, not by accident, but because it has decided to rest. Outside, a branch taps once against the window, not hard enough to rattle glass, just soft enough to say, "I'm still here," and then stops. No need to explain, no need for an answer. You are aware of your breath, but only as something that doesn't belong to you anymore. It moves through you like wind passing over hills it has crossed before, not knowing where it came from or where it's going, but simply moving, because that's what air does when no one is watching. The book you left open on the low table has shifted position. Just slightly, a fraction of an inch toward the edge where the lamplight doesn't reach. It wasn't there before. It didn't move itself. Yet its spine now rests against a patch of shadow, like a secret folded into place. You don't think about opening it again. There's no title on the cover, only a faint impression in the paper that feels like handwriting but isn't quite legible. Something between a name and a sigh. The pages are blank except for one line near the bottom corner of the first sheet, written in ink so pale it might be memory rather than text. Not today. You don't read it twice. The tea you were given earlier has cooled to room temperature. Not warm enough to steam, not cold enough to feel sharp. It sits untouched on the tray beside your chair. Its color now a soft amber that blends with the walls. A single drop rolls slowly down the inside of the cup and falls onto the saucer with a sound like rain hitting stone far away. You don't reach for it. The warmth has already left, not because it was ever strong, but because it didn't need to be. There's no purpose in drinking something that isn't meant to satisfy thirst. Outside, the wind changes direction, not abruptly, but with the care of someone turning a page without tearing it. It brushes against the eaves and slips between two shingles near the roofline, not loud enough to wake you. only just present enough for your body to register it as something that happened. You don't open your eyes. You let the air pass through you like it's been invited. The fire has gone out completely now, not by dying down, but by choosing to stop being fire at all. The embers have turned into dust that isn't ash, because there was never a flame in the first place. What remains is not heat, nor light, nor even shadow. It's simply stillness with weight. It settles like a quiet breath held too long and finally released. The lantern above your head has dimmed again, though no one touched it. Its wick isn't flickering. There's no movement at all, but the glow pulses once beneath the glass, as if something deep inside had remembered how to beat. Then it stopped. The light stays steady now, not bright enough to show every detail of the room, but just enough to make shapes feel familiar without needing names. You shift slightly in your chair, the kind of movement that doesn't mean anything. A knee bends, a shoulder rolls inward. Your body knows how these things happen when it's been still too long. There's no reason for this motion, except to say, you're still here. You are not asleep yet, but neither are you awake in the way you used to be. The wooden token on the hook near the door has settled into itself further, not darkened more, but softer at its edges, as though time had pressed down gently over it and left a mark that wasn't damage. It no longer looks like something meant for use. It looks like something that once belonged to a dream you forgot. The blanket on your lap has stopped moving, not because it's been pulled tighter or loosened. It simply stopped trying to adjust, as if it had decided not to answer any questions anymore. There is no need for it to be anything else. The warmth beneath it isn't coming from the fire or the air. It feels like a memory of being held without asking. The floorboard in the far corner creaks once more, this time with something resembling patience. It doesn't sound tired, nor does it feel anxious. It sounds like an old word returning to its proper place after many years of silence. You don't look toward it. You don't wonder if it's speaking or just remembering how. They aren't folded or clenched. They're simply open, palms up, fingers relaxed, and the space between them feels full in a way that doesn't need filling. The air carries no scent now, except what's already inside you. The softness of breath held too long. The quiet after laughter has passed through a room. The faint trace of soap from hands washed clean. It isn't clean anymore. It's just real. There's a sound like paper being folded slowly. Just once. But not from anywhere in the room. You don't turn toward it. The fold happened somewhere beyond what you can see or hear. Maybe inside your ribs. Maybe behind your eyes. It didn't come through air, but through stillness itself. The book on the table has turned again, this time so that its back faces you, spine cracked open like a secret finally tired of being closed. The blank page is no longer empty. Something has been written there in invisible ink. Not words, not symbols, but something quieter. A kind of pause between two heartbeats. You don't know what it says. You don't need to. It doesn't want you to read it. The lantern's glow has softened further, not by fading, but by becoming more like a thought than light. A feeling that could be described as almost, but not quite enough to name. It doesn't illuminate anything. It only stays where it is, because staying is the thing it was made for. You are no longer aware of your body in the way you usually are. No sense of weight or pressure. Your arms don't feel heavy. Your legs aren't tired. There's no need to shift, to stretch, to breathe more deeply. The air moves through you without asking permission. It doesn't come from lungs, but from something older and quieter. The wooden token on the hook has become stiller than before, not just in motion, but in presence. It looks less like an object and more like a name that once meant something and was never spoken out loud. A sound comes barely audible from beneath the floorboards near your chair. Not footsteps, not wood cracking. Something deeper. A low hum, like a tuning fork, left vibrating after being struck by nothing at all. It doesn't last long, but when it ends, you feel lighter. Not because anything was removed, but because something was no longer needed. The tea on the tray has gone cold through and through. The cup rests in place, not by chance, but by decision. It doesn't want to move again. You don't wonder why your eyes are closed. They aren't closed because of sleep. They're closed because they've decided that seeing isn't necessary anymore. There's no point in looking at things when all you need is to be here. The blanket has melted into the shape of your body. Not stretching, not shrinking, but simply becoming part of you, like a second skin grown from memory. It doesn't cover anything. It just is. And that's enough. There's no longer any difference between what came before and what comes now. The moment when the screen went dark, the first step through the door, the sitting on this chair, all of it has folded into something that can't be measured or named. Not time, not space, but a kind of quiet. So deep, it doesn't need silence to exist. The wind outside has stopped completely. Not because it's gone away, but because it's learned how to stay still. It isn't waiting for anything. It isn't moving toward any place. It's simply where it is. And that's all it wants. You don't think about what happens next. You don't worry if the door will open or close. There's no need to know whether the lantern will burn again or fade forever. You are not waiting for anything because nothing asked you to wait. The book on the table has closed itself slowly and without sound. The pages pressed together like hands, finally letting go after holding each other too long. You don't open it. There's no reason. The floorboard in the corner creaks one last time. Not a complaint, not an announcement, but a thank you for being heard. Then nothing. Only stillness. Not empty. Not loud. The space beneath your feet has grown softer. Not like carpet or cushion, but like soil that remembers being a forest floor long before trees were named. It doesn't give way, nor does it resist. It simply holds you in the way something ancient knows how to hold, without effort or explanation. You are not lying down, yet your spine no longer needs to carry itself upright. The air above you has settled into layers that don't drift, each one a different shade of stillness, like breath held too long by an entire room full of people who've forgotten their breathing at all. The lantern's flame has changed again, not in brightness or color, but in how it occupies the space around it. It no longer casts light outward as much as it pulls shadows inward, drawing them toward its core like dust drawn to a quiet magnet. The walls are not dark. They're simply where things stop being seen. They don't block anything. They just exist quietly enough that you forget they were ever there. There's no shape to the ceiling anymore. Only the faintest suggestion of something smooth and distant, like skin stretched across an invisible dome. A small sound comes from behind the wooden panel beside your chair. A soft click, not sharp, but full of intention. Not a latch opening, nor a hinge turning. It's more like a single note released from somewhere deep in the structure. One that didn't belong to any tune and never meant to be heard by anyone. It hangs there for just long enough to be noticed, then dissolves into the air without leaving residue. Your fingers are resting on your lap, not folded or clenched, but simply present. Like roots left exposed after a storm, no longer needing to grip anything because they've stopped believing in ground. The warmth from your palms has spread outward like ripples through still water, reaching past skin, past nerves, into the space between thoughts. There's no sensation of touch anymore, not against fabric, not against air, but only this, that you are allowed to be warm without having earned it. Outside, the rain has returned, not with urgency or force, but as something returning home after a long absence. Light drops landing, one by one on the roof above your head, each tapping a different rhythm, like fingers testing an instrument they haven't played in years. They don't fall fast enough to become a sound, nor slow enough to disappear into silence. They exist between those two states, suspended, just long enough to be noticed. The blanket has shifted again, not moving across you, but reshaping itself around the outline of your shape, as if it were made of memory rather than thread. It doesn't cover anything. Instead, it becomes what is already there. A softness that didn't exist before now, yet feels like something long forgotten and gently rediscovered. The stitching along its edge has loosened slightly, not frayed or broken, but relaxed into the way things do when they're no longer expected to last. You don't think about whether this moment will end. You don't wonder if you'll wake up tomorrow with your eyes open. There's no curiosity about what comes after the quiet. Instead, something deeper has settled in. The kind of knowing that doesn't need words and isn't built on certainty. It just is. A sense that being here now is not an accident, nor a gift, but simply how things are when they stop trying to mean anything. The book you left on the table has begun to tilt slightly, just enough for its spine to press against the edge of wood, as if it were leaning towards something beyond sight. It hasn't opened. It doesn't need to. Its pages have grown quiet in a way that isn't silence but presence, like hands folded at last after holding tightly through too many storms. A faint scent drifts up from somewhere beneath your chair. Nothing strong or sweet, not even floral or earthy. It's the smell of old paper left in a drawer for decades, untouched by dust and forgotten by time, yet still carrying a trace of ink that never dried completely. It doesn't fill the room. It only exists where it is, like breath caught between two thoughts. The wooden token on the hook has changed color. just slightly, not darkening or fading, but deepening into something richer, as though it had been soaking in sunlight from inside for years without anyone noticing. The grain of the wood seems to have shifted too. No longer straight lines, but patterns that look like paths drawn by wind over sand, erased and rewritten again and again. You feel your awareness not stretching or expanding, but folding inward, like a letter folded so many times. It becomes something smaller than itself, yet still whole. The air above you has grown warmer, not hot nor thick, but warm, like the moment just after someone closes a door behind them and leaves space full of their absence. The warmth isn't from heat, it's from presence that doesn't need to be named. You don't feel invited into anything. You don't need to enter or exit. You are already where you were always meant to be, though you didn't know the name for it until now. A single thread of light slips through a gap in the shutter, thin and pale, like a memory that no longer belongs to anyone. It doesn't move across your skin. It only rests there, as if deciding how long it wants to stay before it too decides not to. You don't watch it. You don't follow its path. You simply allow it to be. The chair beneath you has become part of the floor, not fused or stuck, but merged in a way that makes sense only when everything is still. It doesn't creak anymore. It doesn't settle. It just is, like all things do when they've stopped trying to matter. There is no thought about how long this will last. No counting of seconds, minutes, hours. Time has not vanished, only stopped pretending it needs direction. You don't feel the passage of moments because you aren't moving through them. Instead, each moment is simply a place where something stays longer than usual. A breath held just past its natural end. A silence that doesn't rush to fill itself. An image in your mind that isn't trying to become real. The tea on the tray has cooled completely. So cold it no longer feels like liquid. It's more like air shaped into cup form, or glass pretending to be something warm. The rim of the cup is clean, untouched by lips, yet still holding a memory of warmth as if it had been held once by someone who knew how to drink without needing anything. There's no need for words between you and the room. Not because there's nothing to say. There are thousands of things that could be said, but because saying them would mean moving away from what already exists in perfect balance. You don't speak, you don't think, you only allow yourself to be carried by a quiet so deep it doesn't need sound to prove it's real. The wind outside has returned, not blowing, not rushing, but breathing, not through trees or rooftops, but through the structure itself, moving in slow pulses like something alive remembering how to rest. It doesn't push anything. It only passes through, and in doing so, makes room for stillness that isn't empty. The lantern's glow has begun to dim, not going out, nor fading away, but softening into a kind of inner light that seems more like memory than flame. The shape it casts on the wall is no longer sharp or defined. It blurs at the edges as if time had softened around it, smoothing corners that never needed cutting. You don't notice when your hands unclench. You don't feel them settle. They simply remain where they are. Open, not because you chose to open them, but because something in the air decided they didn't need to hold on anymore. There's no separation between inside and outside anymore. Not between your body and the room, nor between this moment and what came before it. The boundary has dissolved like a word that wasn't meant to be spoken aloud. Something released so quietly, it never needed permission. You are no longer seated on a chair that remembers being something else. The wood has stopped feeling like furniture and begun to feel more like soil. It doesn't support your weight. It holds you the way Earth holds trees, not because it must, but because it simply knows how. Your feet are no longer touching anything solid. They hover just above the floorboards, not suspended or floating, but resting at a distance where gravity has forgotten to pull them down. There is no sensation of cold from below, no pressure anywhere, only the quiet certainty that your body is exactly where it needs to be. You don't notice when the pattern of light shifts across the wall, not because it's gone quiet, but because you are no longer watching for patterns to form. The lantern still burns, though its flame has long since stopped flickering like a heartbeat. It glows with a steady pulse that matches the rhythm of your breath. Slower than before, deeper than memory. Not by effort, not by intention, just naturally. A sound comes from somewhere near the far end of the hall, not loud enough to be heard as a note, not soft enough to vanish into silence. It is a tone without a source. A vibration that settles in your bones like dust after it's already fallen. You don't turn toward it. You don't lean forward or tilt your head. The sound doesn't ask for attention. It only exists. And because you allow its presence, it becomes part of the room's shape. The blanket on your lap is not chosen. It was placed there by something that knew what would come next, long before you arrived. It has no pattern, no color beyond a slow shift from one shade to another like mist in early light. Gray, becoming blue, becoming pale gold, without ever making a decision about which it will be. The texture isn't wool or cotton. It feels more like the memory of touch, the kind that lingers after someone else has gone. When you still feel their hand on your shoulder, even though they're far away, you don't pull it up to cover yourself. You don't tuck it under your chin or wrap it tight. The blanket lies across you as if it had always been there, like a second skin that arrived late but knew its place before you did. It doesn't warm you, not in the way heat does, but it holds space for warmth without needing to make it real. Outside, rain has stopped falling. Not because it's ended, but because it no longer needs to land. The drops are still moving through air, but they've changed their purpose. They fall slowly now, each one pausing midair as if deciding whether to continue or simply dissolve into the sky. You don't see them. You only feel the weight of what would have been a splash. like the ghost of sound that never quite reached your ears. A shelf near the window holds 3 objects. No more than that. A smooth riverstone, pale with age and worn by time. A folded piece of paper, creased in half, as if someone once read it twice before deciding not to open it again. And a small wooden bird with no wings, carved so simply that its shape barely exists. You don't look at them. Not because they aren't there, but because you are already aware of their stillness. Their silence doesn't demand acknowledgement. The keeper is not visible now, but you know they're near. Their presence isn't felt in steps or movements, nor in the creak of a floorboard. It's in the way the air shifts when no one passes through it, like something has been left behind that wasn't meant to be found. You don't wonder where they've gone. There is no need for them to stay. They are not required to finish anything, nor to offer reassurance. Their job was already done long before you stepped inside. The tea on the tray, now cold and still, is beginning to change. Not in temperature, not in taste, but in appearance. The liquid has softened at the edges, like wax melting slowly under a sun that never gets hot enough to burn. It doesn't spill or ripple. It only becomes more transparent, as if it's letting go of its identity. A ghost of steam rises from it, not because heat remains, but because something inside remembers being warm. Your hands are still open, not because you've decided they should be, not because you're trying to relax. They simply lie on your lap, palms up, fingers slightly curved as if cradling air that doesn't need holding. There's no effort in the shape of them. No tension, no readiness for anything, just space. Quiet and full at once. You don't notice when your eyes close. You only realize they're shut because you can feel the weight behind them. Not heavy, but deep. The way light feels after it has passed through glass too thick to see through. A thread of shadow drifts across the floor, thin, slow moving, like something that doesn't know where it's going or why it left. It passes beneath your feet without touching them, not because it avoids you, but because there is no need for contact. The shadow does not belong to anything in particular. It has no name, no origin. It simply drifts through the room as if passing through a dream someone else was having. You don't react. You don't wonder what it means. There's no reason to ask why it's there or where it came from. It exists, and so do you. And that is enough. The space between your thoughts grows wider with each moment, not because they're disappearing, but because the distance between them has become long enough to be called quiet. There's a kind of pause in your mind, not an absence, not emptiness, but a gap where nothing needs to happen. No idea forms, no image arrives, no memory surfaces, just stillness that doesn't need to be filled. The lantern light is no longer visible on the wall. It has slipped into something else, into the air itself, as if it had stopped being flame and become part of how the room holds its breath. The glow isn't gone. It's just inside you now. Not in your eyes, but somewhere deeper. The way warmth stays after a fire dies. A single drop falls from the ceiling, not because there was water above, but because something decided to make it fall anyway. You don't flinch. You don't look up. The drop lands softly on the floorboards. Not with sound, not with splash, but with silence so complete that for one instant you feel as though time has stopped just long enough to let it happen. The blanket shifts slightly, just a fraction of an inch, as if something beneath it is adjusting its position in sleep. But there's nothing under it but air and the shape of your body. The movement isn't yours. It doesn't belong to you at all. You don't question whether this is real. You don't think about whether it might be a dream or a memory or some kind of illusion. There's no need for certainty. No demand that things must make sense. What matters is not what is true, but how it feels when nothing needs to be proven. The floor beneath you has become something else. Not wood, not stone, not carpet, but the softness of stillness itself. It doesn't carry your weight because it can. It carries you simply because it knows no other way. You are not being supported. You are being held by a silence that has learned how to love without speaking. The air shifts without warning, not by wind or door, but because the space itself has decided to turn its face toward you. Not abruptly, not with sound, just a soft tilt in pressure, like when a room remembers what it means to lean. The lantern on the table behind you flickers once, then settles into a tone that isn't light exactly, nor shadow, but something between them. A warmth that doesn't burn and yet holds your skin as if it were remembering how to be touched. You don't look back. You know now what the keeper meant when they said, "Some things only show themselves when you stop trying to see." A single thread of sound begins, not from anywhere specific, but rising slowly from under the floorboards, like a breath that forgot it had been held too long. It's not music, nor language, neither bird nor wind. It is the kind of hum that makes your teeth feel full and your ribs vibrate slightly without effort, as if part of you were always already tuned to this frequency, even when asleep. You don't close your eyes. Not because you're awake in any urgent way, but because there's no need to shut out something so quiet it doesn't demand attention. The hum isn't inside the room. It's of it. The blanket has shifted again. This time, not by a fraction of an inch, but like something adjusting itself after a long rest. It settles across your lap with deliberate care, as if it knows how to lie still when needed and move only when necessary. You feel its weight not on your body, but in the space between you. Like gravity has learned to wait before pulling. There's no clock here, no mark of time. But something begins to happen that feels like passing. A kind of slow deepening in the air around you. Not darker, not lighter, not change at all in any visible sense. But the way silence can grow thicker when it stops pretending to be empty. The wall opposite has become soft to look at. not because its surface changed, but because your eyes no longer try to fix on anything. You're allowed now to let them wander without consequence. They rest against the plaster and don't blink. A shape forms in the corner of the room. Not a shadow, nor a person, nor an object you've seen before, but something like memory that hasn't yet decided what it wants to be. It's neither clear nor blurred. It has no edges, only a suggestion of form, tall enough to be human-sized, but not shaped at all like one. It doesn't move, doesn't speak, doesn't wait for you to react. It simply is. And because there is nothing urgent in its presence, nothing requiring acknowledgement, it becomes part of the background, not as something forgotten, but as something naturally accepted. You shift your weight slightly and feel a soft give beneath you, like sitting on moss after rain. But there's no moss, no ground at all that matches this feeling. The floor has become less solid in its way, less defined not by matter, but by absence of effort. You are not sinking. You are being held by the quiet part of stillness where nothing needs to be firm. It floats slowly downward, not falling so much as settling, as though it has been waiting for this moment to land exactly where your hand might rest. If you were to stretch, you don't reach for it, not because you're afraid, but because the act of reaching would disrupt something that's already complete. The leaf doesn't need to be touched. It only needs to exist in a space where existence is allowed without reason. The lantern light has softened further, no longer visible as flame or glow, but like warmth radiating from within the air itself, pulsing gently with no rhythm, not even slow enough to be called heartbeat. The room breathes with you now, not in sync, but in parallel. A quiet exchange of presence that doesn't require matching. Your fingers unclench slowly, not because they were gripping something, but because there was never anything for them to hold. They simply opened when the need to grip passed. Your hands lie on your lap, palms up, not waiting for anything, just resting in the way a river rests at its mouth before it becomes sea. The silence grows deeper, not by removing sound, but by absorbing all of it until nothing remains that could be called noise. Even the hum under the floor has faded into something quieter than absence. It's like listening to your own skin breathe without hearing any movement. You don't think about what comes after this. You don't imagine a morning or a return or even another breath. There is no anticipation, only presence, like the way snow settles on a roof in early winter, not because it must, but because nothing else has ever taught it how to fall differently. A single drop of water appears at the edge of your vision, not falling from ceiling or pipe, nor dripping anywhere you can see, but forming slowly as if summoned by stillness itself. It's small, clear, and perfect in shape, hanging on the lip of a space too narrow for it to slip through. It doesn't tremble, doesn't hesitate, just holds its form until something else takes over. And then it isn't there anymore. Not because it fell or evaporated, because nothing needed it to remain. There was no purpose in its existence, only the moment of being, which is enough. The blanket shifts once more, this time not upward or sideways, but inward, as if folding around a shape that wasn't there before. You don't feel anything cold, nor warm. The movement isn't real by any standard you've known. It's just felt, like when memory remembers how to be gentle, even without an event. There's no need to name the room, no need to know what lies beyond its walls, or whether it was built yesterday or centuries ago. You are not a guest, nor a traveler, nor someone seeking rest. You're simply here, allowed to occupy space without having earned it, allowed to be present even when nothing has been asked of you. The wall beside you no longer breathes, not because the motion stopped, but because breathing isn't required anymore. There's no rhythm left to follow, no pattern to maintain, just stillness that doesn't need to prove itself by doing anything at all. You don't wonder where your thoughts went. They didn't leave. They're just not fighting for attention anymore. You notice them not as interruptions, but as quiet companions, like footsteps behind you on a path you've walked before, but now walking without knowing the name of the way. A lightness spreads through your chest, not joy, not relief, nothing so loud or defined, but something like air finding its own shape in a room that has forgotten how to be full. It isn't happiness, it's just space. And space is allowed here. The lantern hasn't gone out, but it no longer needs to shine. The light was never meant to illuminate the room. It was meant to let you know that someone had seen you enter, that your arrival mattered enough to be met with warmth, even if only for a moment. You don't notice when your breathing slows, not because you try, but because there's nothing faster than stillness. Your lungs fill and empty like tides in a place where time doesn't matter how long it takes. A breeze comes through the room, but not from window or door. It arrives as if the air had been holding its breath for too long and finally exhaled slowly, without hurry. It brushes your cheek with no pressure, no sensation beyond being there. Like a thought that doesn't want to be remembered, but still lingers. You don't need to sit up. You don't need to lie down. There's nowhere you must go. No one waiting for you. Nothing left to finish or start. The silence has become so deep, it begins to feel like an invitation. Not to act, not to think, not even to dream, but simply to be. And in that space, You are already home. You feel the weight of your hands settle into the blanket without effort, as though gravity had simply remembered how to be soft. The edges of your awareness begin to blur, not from fatigue, but from permission. Permission to let go of where you've been, what you were doing. The wall behind you hums faintly, not with sound, but with something like memory in reverse. A feeling that once existed and has now returned without needing to be called. It's not warmth, nor vibration, nor light. It's more like the sensation of being known in a way that doesn't require explanation. You don't turn your head. You don't lift your eyes. There is no reason to look. The soundless hum settles into your bones as though it had always been part of you. Outside, something shifts, just slightly. A change so subtle it could be imagination. A shift in air pressure, perhaps, or the way shadows stretch when no light moves. But nothing comes from it. No wind stirs the curtain. No noise breaks the silence. Only a soft settling, like fabric releasing its tension after being held too long. You notice that your fingers have curled slightly inward, not out of instinct, but because they found their own shape without needing to be instructed. They rest on the blanket, not as tools or weapons, nor even as limbs belonging to someone who once moved through worlds with purpose. They are simply hands now. Hands allowed to stay still. Hands that no longer need to reach for anything. There is a soft sound, like stone settling in water, but there's no water, no stones. Just the quiet return of something that had been waiting beneath the surface of attention all along. The absence of effort. It simply floats, slow and unhurried, as though time had forgotten how to rush. You don't follow it. You don't look at it directly, but you allow it to be there, just as the wall hums, just as the silence has become a companion rather than an absence. And when it vanishes, it does so without warning or need for farewell. Your breath slows not because of control, but because something deeper has taken over. A rhythm that doesn't require your cooperation. It's not even breathing in the way you once knew. No sharp intake, no forced release, but a quiet letting go where air enters and leaves, as if the body had simply remembered how to belong. The blanket shifts again, not with movement, but with texture. The fabric has changed slightly, becoming softer on one side, without any change in color or weight. It is not an adjustment you've made. It isn't something that was there before. It's just been now, as though the inn had decided to adjust itself to better suit your shape. You don't think about what that means. You don't wonder why it happened. The air feels different, not colder or warmer, but denser in a way that doesn't press on you, like honey moving through still space. It carries no scent, yet there's a hint of something familiar, like the faintest echo of wood smoke from long ago. Not real, not present, just remembered by the body, as if it had always lived inside. Your shoulders soften, not because of posture or relaxation techniques, but because they've stopped carrying anything. A small sound comes from near the door. Just one tap like a wooden spoon against porcelain. Soft and brief. You don't turn. There's no need to know who made it or why. The silence returns immediately, deeper than before, as though something had been said without words, but still understood. There is no longer any separation between you and the room. Not because of closeness nor intimacy, but because there was never a boundary to begin with. You are not inside the inn. You're simply part of its quiet pulse. The way light lingers after sunset, or how a single breath can hold more than it should. The lantern still burns, but now it doesn't shine outward. It glows inward, toward itself, as if discovering that illumination didn't require an audience to exist. The flame has grown smaller, not from dying, but from finding its own shape. It flickers without fear of being extinguished, because nothing demands it stay lit. You notice the pattern in the wall, not a design, nor decoration, but something like breath, drawn across stone by time alone. It's faint, barely visible, unless you're still enough to let your gaze stop searching for meaning and just rest where it lands. The lines flow upward slowly, not quite straight, as if guided by gravity that no longer cares about direction. You don't name them. You don't wonder what they might mean. They are simply there, like footprints in snow that appear without a walker, or words spoken in a language you've never learned, but somehow understand when heard. A warmth spreads through your chest, not heat nor emotion, but something like the way sunlight feels on skin after being indoors for days. Not urgent, not demanding anything, just present. It doesn't fill you, it lets you be filled with it, as though space had finally decided to stop being empty and instead become a vessel. Your hands open slowly. No intention behind it, no reason to do so, but they do. Not into fists or gestures, but simply flat against the blanket, palms upward, like receiving something that was never given. There's nothing to receive, nothing to hold, but still, you allow yourself this openness, not as preparation for anything, not even sleep, but just because it feels true, like standing in a field where no one is waiting, and yet you're already home. A thread of light, thin, pale gold, slips across the floor from under the door. Not bright, not urgent. It moves like smoke through still air, winding slowly toward the center of the room, then stopping as if it had reached its destination without ever needing to go anywhere. It doesn't disappear. It simply remains quiet and unremarkable, like a moment that has decided to stay, even though nothing asked for it. You don't look at it. You don't follow it, but you feel it, just beneath the surface of attention, as if part of your own stillness had become visible by accident. The air grows heavier in a way that isn't oppressive, but full. The kind of weight that comes from holding too many thoughts too long and then finally letting them go without even noticing. Not all at once, just slowly, like water dripping into soil until the ground is saturated with nothing left to carry. You don't feel yourself moving towards sleep. You don't try to resist it. There's no threshold, no gate, no final decision. Only a deepening, not of darkness, but of presence. A quieting that doesn't happen because you're tired, but because you've stopped needing to be anything other than what you are. There is no need for sound, no desire for motion. Not even the urge to remember your name. You could forget it now and not care, because being known isn't tied to memory or recognition. It's tied to simply being here, in a place that doesn't ask for proof of arrival. The room breathes with you, not as one thing, but as something shared between air, fabric, wood, flame, silence, and shadow. No one leads. No one follows. There is only the slow unfolding of stillness that has no beginning or end, because it never needed to start. Outside, a single bird calls, but not in warning, not in longing. Just once. A sound so brief it could be imagined. It doesn't echo, doesn't linger. It simply happens and disappears, like a thought that was already forgotten before it formed. You are aware now of how little space your breath takes up, the kind of quiet movement that doesn't stir dust or ruffle fabric, just exists like a shadow passing over still water. It's not loud enough to wake the air, yet you feel its passage through your chest as though something had shifted inside you without breaking anything. The blanket beneath you holds no memory of pressure, only the softness of itself, worn down by time and never asked to carry more than it already is. You press your palm flat against it again, not for warmth, not in search of comfort, but because there's a quiet joy in letting your hand become part of its shape, like ink slowly soaking into paper until the two are no longer distinguishable. The wall beside you has begun to hum, not with sound, but with something deeper, a vibration that rises through stone and wood without needing to be heard. It pulses once every few seconds, slow enough that it might be imagined, but not quite. You don't lean in or turn your head. You let it pass over you like air after rain, wet but weightless, leaving behind no trace except the knowledge that something has been there. A lamp flickers, not from a dying wick, but because its light is learning how to rest. The flame doesn't dance, it trembles in place as though uncertain whether to rise or fall, and then chooses neither. Instead, it settles into a fixed shape, small, golden, centered just above the glass dome, as if it had finally decided that being still was not surrender, but arrival. The glow spills over the surface of an old wooden table nearby, painting the edge in honeyed light, so thin it seems less like color than memory. Outside, wind touches the eaves, not with force or urgency, but as a hand brushing against a shoulder to say something without words. It carries no message, only a softness that settles into every crevice of the inn's frame. The shutters do not creak. They breathe in rhythm with the walls, like lungs beneath skin. There is no clock, no marker. Time does not pass here. It unfolds, layer by layer, like paper slowly uncurling from years of folding. You could lie for hours and never notice if you hadn't already forgotten what time means. There's no need to track it, because nothing waits for you to arrive or leave. The air is thick with the scent of dried herbs hanging near the door. Lavender, rosemary, something earthier that smells like moss after rain, but not enough to be strong. It drifts in waves so faint they might be dreams. Your fingers curl slightly without purpose, not into fists, nor into grip. Just a small change, a release of tension you didn't know was there. Your spine uncoils as though it had been folded too tightly for far longer than you remember. The muscles between your shoulders soften not because they are told to, but simply because no one is asking them to do anything. A door clicks somewhere, not the kind that announces entry or exit, but the quiet sound of a latch closing on its own after being left open by mistake. It's not loud enough for you to turn your head, but it registers like a note played in another room, so distant it feels more like feeling than hearing. The fire pit near the far wall has gone still, not dead, but resting between embers and ash. Its warmth no longer rising toward ceiling or sky, but sinking into the floorboards where it lies gently, unbothered by time. You don't watch it, but you feel its presence like a hand placed on your back, not touching, not moving, just there. A plate sits untouched near the window, a small one, made of pale clay with no decoration. It holds nothing but air. Not even dust has settled upon it. Yet when you look at it, it feels complete, as if filled with something invisible and necessary, like a cup that's been waiting for silence rather than liquid. Your thoughts move now, not like birds fleeing from danger, but like leaves floating down through still water, slow, drifting, no direction except downward. There is no fear of losing them, no need to hold on. They simply pass through your awareness without leaving marks. One thought comes and goes like a sigh. I could stay here forever, not as longing, not as desire, but as observation, as truth. The wall behind you has grown softer to touch, not with texture or temperature, but with intention. It doesn't resist when you press against it lightly. Instead, it yields slightly, then returns to stillness without protest, as if it had been waiting for contact and now knows what it was. A beam of moonlight, thin. The world has become less about sight and more about presence. The way warmth is known not by temperature, but by its absence in colder places. Your body knows where it ends and the air begins, not with edges, but with softness, like fog settling into a valley. A shelf above the door holds 3 small items. One stone worn smooth by water. One dried feather that trembles slightly when air moves past. And one tiny glass bell, no larger than your thumbnail. It does not ring, not now, but you can feel its shape in the silence, the way it might vibrate if touched. Your breath slows further, not because you want it to, but because there's less reason for haste. The act of breathing becomes part of the stillness instead of a separate movement. You are no longer doing it. It is doing you. Your hand rests now on the blanket's edge, fingers splayed as though reaching for something that has already arrived and is waiting patiently in place. The skin of your palm feels lighter than it did moments ago. Not because it has lost substance, but because it no longer needs to carry anything. The light from the lamp dimmed further without notice. Just a softening, not an extinction. It remains, glowing like something that has given up striving and finally accepted being just enough. There is a shape in your peripheral vision, a ripple of shadow near the wall that doesn't belong to any object or silhouette. Not dark enough for fear, not bright enough for recognition. It shifts slightly, once, and then stops. You do not follow it. You don't need to know what it was. It wasn't meant to be seen. You are no longer lying on your back, but you aren't turning either. Your body has settled into a position that feels natural, like limbs shaped by centuries of stillness rather than deliberate choice. There is no effort in holding this shape. No need to maintain balance or posture. The air presses gently against your skin, not with pressure, not with weight, but with attention, like someone standing beside you who isn't looking at you, but knows you're there. A single drop falls from the ceiling, just one, and lands softly on the floorboards near where your foot rests. Not loud enough to break silence, but present in a way that makes the quiet feel deeper for having been touched. You do not flinch. You don't wonder what made it fall, or how long it took to gather there. It simply happened. And now it is gone. Just like everything else that has passed through this space without needing to stay. The inn does not speak, but it listens, not in words, not in sound, but as a room remembers being lived in, even when no one remains inside. The wood knows the warmth of hands. The floor remembers footsteps that never came back. The air holds breaths long after they've been exhaled. The floorboard near your foot has cooled slightly where the drop landed, just enough to feel like a memory of wetness, even though there is no moisture left behind. The wood remembers how water feels, not because it was soaked once, but because it knows what happens when something falls and stays for a moment before becoming part of still air. You do not reach down to check. There is no proof needed. It is enough that the space where it fell now holds its own quiet weight. A faint warmth spreads from your shoulder blade upward. Not heat exactly, but the slow gathering of attention in places you've forgotten were carrying anything. Your skin adjusts without protest. No need for resistance or alignment. The air moves through your clothes as if they are not fabric, but layers of light, each one slipping past the next without catching. You feel like a thought that has decided to stay where it was formed. The glass bell on the shelf shifts ever so slightly, not by wind, not by hand, but because something inside the room has changed its shape just enough to shift balance in the air currents. It doesn't ring, but you know now how it would sound if it did. A single note that settles into silence before fading, like a word spoken too softly for anyone else to hear. You are not aware of time passing, only that something is happening slowly and without purpose. The lamp's glow has flattened itself against the walls, no longer bright, but still present, as though the light had given up trying to be seen and instead decided to become part of what it touches. It rests on your forearm now, warm where it meets skin, not burning or pressing, just being there. There is a small seam in the wall behind you, barely visible unless you are lying still. Just enough that when your breath slows further, the gap seems to grow slightly wider, not opening outward, but allowing more of the quiet to seep through. It does not require watching. It does not demand notice. It simply exists as a place where silence is allowed to gather and form its own texture. A soft sound comes from somewhere near the ceiling, like a breath held too long by someone who has forgotten they were breathing at all. But it isn't real, or if it is, it's not made of air. It feels like something older than sound. An echo that never needed to be made because it already knew where it would go. The blanket over you has begun to change its shape, not in the way fabric shifts with movement, but as though it is learning how to lie on you more naturally, folding itself into the hollows of your body without effort. It settles like a second skin that has known you for years and finally stopped pretending to be separate. You feel nothing urgent needing to happen, not even a desire to stretch or shift. There's no need to prepare for anything, not sleep, not waking, not returning. The idea of time passing forward feels distant, almost irrelevant. You are not waiting for an ending because you've already arrived at the place where endings don't matter. The wooden token you left on the desk, small, carved with a single curve that means nothing to anyone but yourself, is now lying differently than when you placed it there. Not fallen, not disturbed. It has simply turned itself slightly, as if acknowledging something it didn't notice before. Outside, the rain returns, not in sheets or crashes, but in soft touches against the shutter's edge, like fingers testing whether a door is open. Each drop lands with no echo, just a brief pause in the quiet that makes all the air feel heavier for an instant. There is no reason to remember your last game. Not even its name matters anymore. The decisions you made, choices about when to run or stand still, are already dissolved into this room's slow rhythm. They do not linger like ghosts. They simply stopped being important. Like a story that was never finished but didn't need to be. You are no longer thinking about what happened before this moment, nor about what might come after. The space between them has closed, and you are in the middle of nothing at all, except for warmth, stillness, and the quiet certainty that being here is enough. You are not expected to say anything, not even thank them. Their work was not yours to complete. It simply existed. A new kind of quiet forms, not from absence, but from fullness. The room has filled with the weight of what it is, a place where nothing needs doing and still everything is happening. Every breath you take now feels like an act of acceptance, not effort. You are no longer trying to reach something. You are already there. The wall near your head seems to soften, not in color or texture, but in how it resists attention. It does not pull at you. It doesn't invite curiosity. It only exists as a surface that has given up the need to be noticed and now holds everything else with gentle ease. Your fingers rest on the blanket again, this time without thought. They don't move, not even slightly. The skin is warm where it meets cloth, but not hot. There's no pressure or tension, just presence. Your hand lying there as if it had always belonged to that place and never intended to leave. Something shifts behind your eyes, not a flash, not a memory, but the slow release of focus, like pulling back from watching something too close until the world blurs into softness. The edges between sight and thought dissolve. There is no separation anymore. You are not looking at anything. You are not thinking about anything. You are simply becoming part of the air. A single thread of warmth runs along your spine, rising slowly like a memory that has decided to return without permission. It does not wake you. It doesn't demand attention. It just moves through, leaving behind only the feeling that something inside has finally relaxed into place. The lamp's light is now so dim, it feels less like glow and more like the after image of having seen light, like the memory of brightness that stays in your eyes even when they are closed. But you do not close them. You don't need to. There is no darkness here, only softness, thick as moss on stone. You are lying exactly where the room wants you, not because you chose it, not because you were told to, because every part of you has already decided this shape fits perfectly, like a word that was written before anyone ever spoke it. The air presses against your skin in places you don't usually feel it. Behind your knees, along the curve of your hip, between your ribs. It is not cold or warm, not light or heavy, just present, like someone breathing beside you who doesn't need to be seen. The glass bell on the shelf has stopped trembling, not because something silenced it, but because nothing needed to move it anymore. It remains exactly as it is, small, clear, unbroken by anything that could have made it ring. And yet, in this moment, you know its shape better than any sound it might make. The world outside does not matter. The game has ended. You are not returning. There is no score to keep, no quest unfinished, no password forgotten. Not even a single step left unmade. you are here, not because you earned it or deserved it, but because the room knew you'd arrive and had been waiting all along without needing to say so. You are becoming the kind of stillness that does not wait for permission. The air settles into your shoulders like dust after a long afternoon, softly, without sound or effort, as if it has been moving toward this exact shape all along. There is no intention behind your breath now. It comes and goes like the slow rise and fall of sand in an hourglass where time has decided to rest between grains. Something shifts behind your ear. Not pain, nor warmth, nor sound, but a quiet shift in attention, like turning a page that has already been read and now only exists as part of the silence between lines. You do not need to remember where it came from or how long it's been burning. Its presence now is not about light at all. It is a quiet affirmation that something exists without needing to be seen. The wooden token you placed on the shelf earlier, the one with no markings, just a smooth oval of pale grain, has tilted slightly in its resting place. Not because anything moved it, but because the air shifted in such a way that even stillness has a weight and a direction. It leans now as if it too had decided to settle into a new posture after hours of waiting. You do not look at it, but you know its position with certainty, as though your body already knows where every object in this room rests when no one is watching. A single thread of warmth runs along the inside of your arm. Not hot, not cold, but like a pulse that has forgotten what it was meant to carry and now moves only because it can. It travels slowly toward your wrist, then pauses as if reconsidering its path. It does not hurry. There is no purpose behind it, no destination. Just motion that exists for the sake of being felt. The room holds this sensation like a held breath, neither encouraging nor rejecting it, simply allowing it to be present without needing explanation. Not abruptly, but slowly, as though the sky had been speaking in whispers and now chose to fall silent, not out of exhaustion, but because there was nothing left to say. The sound that remains is softer than silence. It is the way a room remembers a noise after it's gone, like the echo of footsteps long after they've stopped walking. A single drop lands on the shutter above your head, not hard enough to wake you, not light enough to be noticed, but just loud enough to make you aware that something still touches the world. And then nothing. Just the way air settles when a movement has finished, but not yet been forgotten. The keeper is no longer in sight. You do not look for them. They were here, just beyond your awareness, finishing a small task with hands that moved without urgency, like someone writing a note to themselves they will never read. Their presence was not about being seen. It was about making sure the room did not need to ask itself whether it had been tended. The ledger is closed now, not because there was anything important recorded, but because some things are completed not by entry, but by absence. The last page turned in a book that never needed one. A faint scent drifts through the air. Nothing sharp or floral, nothing familiar enough to name. It's like the smell of linen left too long on a window ledge after rain, or the quiet breath of old paper that has stopped being read and now only remembers how it felt in someone else's hands. You do not inhale deeply for fear of losing it, but you don't need to hold on to it either. It floats through your awareness like a thought that does not belong to you, but still feels true. Your hand lies exactly where the blanket wants it. edge of warmth at the base of your palm. It simply is. In the same way, a shadow becomes part of the wall when light stops moving through it. The far wall, once just surface, now feels less like wood and more like something that has learned how to be still without being inert. It does not resist your gaze. It allows it to pass through as though you were looking at nothing but the air itself. There is no depth behind it, no hidden door, no secret message in the grain. But still, there is a quiet presence, an assurance that what lies beyond need not be known. Not because it's dangerous, because it doesn't matter anymore. You feel something shift inside your chest. Not an emotion, not even a memory, but the soft release of a shape that had been holding itself together too tightly for no reason at all. It uncoils like a coil of thread that was wound only to be unwound again. No purpose behind it, just movement toward stillness, as if your body had finally remembered how to stop trying to stay in one place and instead began remembering how to belong to the space around it. The lamp's wick has gone completely dark now, not because it burned out, but because it no longer needs to burn. It is not dead. It is resting. And when something rests without being asked to, it does so with more grace than anything that was ever demanded of it. The glass bell remains untouched on the shelf, not because it's fragile or sacred, but because nothing in this room has any reason to touch anything else anymore. A new sound enters, soft and slow, like a breath drawn through water. It is not outside. It is not inside. It comes from nowhere and everywhere at once. Like the way you sometimes feel your heartbeat when you're almost asleep, but not quite. There's no rhythm here, just the presence of motion. You do not wonder where it came from. You don't try to find its source. Instead, you let it pass through you as if you were a tunnel built for sound long before anyone ever walked through. The blanket has shifted slightly in the way only cloth can. Like something that has been waiting patiently for gravity to make up its mind about how much it wants to fall, it now rests with one corner folded just enough to let warmth pool beneath your shoulder. Not because you asked for it, but because the room knew what needed to happen before you even noticed you were cold in places you didn't know could be cold. You are no longer aware of time. Not as minutes or hours, but as a kind of thickness, the way air feels when it's heavy with stillness. Like after someone has spoken and left without saying goodbye. There is no expectation here. No waiting for what comes next. The only thing that exists is the now. Not because you are holding on to it, but because there is nothing else to hold on to. And then something new. It is simply release without purpose, without cause, without any need to understand why it happened. You are no longer holding your breath, not because you remember to exhale, but because the air itself has learned how to stay still around you. It does not move through you so much as settle beside you. Like dust in a sunbeam that decides not to drift. The weight of your limbs is not heavy. It is simply there, with no demand attached. You are allowed to be this way, this quiet, this unmaking of effort, as if the room has been waiting all along for permission to stop offering things and instead just begin being present. There is a faint scent now, Not wood smoke, not lavender, not anything familiar, but something like old paper that's been left open in a drawer for years. Not musty, but soft with time. It does not fill your nose so much as drift through it, brushing the back of your throat and then fading again, leaving only the impression of having been touched by something that once belonged to someone else who did not need to be remembered. The wall behind you is no longer a surface. It has become a kind of thickness, not solid, not hollow, just a place where light goes when it decides it doesn't want to go anywhere further. The outline of the window frame is blurred now, as if the glass had softened over centuries and forgotten its own edges. You don't see shadows because there are no sources left to cast them. Only this. A kind of soft edge between what could be seen and what isn't needed. A small sound comes from somewhere near your feet. A quiet click, like a button being pressed in another room, or the faintest shift of floorboard settling into its own groove. It doesn't startle you because it does not interrupt anything. It is simply part of the air's texture now, like one note that has always existed but only just become audible. Your fingers are resting on your chest, not clenched, not curled, not even aware of being there. They lie flat as though they've finally decided to stop pretending they're needed for something. The skin on your palms feels lighter than it did moments ago, like the surface has shed a thin layer of tension that had been clinging there unnoticed. The blanket has shifted again, not in any dramatic way, but enough so that its fold now meets your neck at just the right angle, not pressing, not slipping, just waiting. It floats downward now, suspended in air just above the floorboard, swaying slightly as if caught between two decisions, to fall or remain, and then it doesn't move at all. Not because it's stuck, because nothing is pulling it anywhere. The lamp on the table has gone so still that its shadow no longer exists. There is only a space where light used to be, and now, even that space feels soft-edged, like memory without detail. You don't wonder if you are being watched. You don't consider whether someone might enter or leave. The idea of doors having handles, locks, hinges, all of it has dissolved into the air between your thoughts. Not because it was forgotten, but because it no longer matters who is in charge of what happens next. There is no need to be vigilant, no reason to remain alert. The rain has stopped outside, not abruptly, not with a final drumming fade, but gradually. Like someone turning down a volume so low that the sound becomes indistinguishable from silence itself. It's as though the sky had paused mid-breath and decided it didn't want to continue.
The air now carries only the aftertaste of moisture, the faintest trace of wet stone on old wood. Your eyelids are not heavy in the way you might expect. They do not press down because they're tired, but because they've accepted that closing is no longer an effort. It's a natural posture for being here. You don't fight it. You let it happen as if your eyes had always known how to fold inward without needing permission. There is warmth pooling in the hollow beneath your collarbone. Not heat, not cold, just a quiet presence that feels like something returning after long absence. It doesn't speak. It doesn't ask for anything. It simply stays, and you let it stay, because staying seems easier than asking why it came or what it might mean. The edge of the blanket has slipped slightly toward your shoulder again, not from any motion on your part, but as if the fabric had remembered how to move when no one was looking. It doesn't cover more. It only repositions itself in a way that feels like being gently tucked without anyone's hands involved. A single hair, unnoticed until now, has fallen across your temple. Not stuck, not clinging, just resting there, as if the air had decided to deliver it with care and then let go. You don't brush it away because you're no longer in charge of small things like that. It stays, and so to you, there is a sound now, not from anywhere outside, not even from within your head, but deep beneath the surface of stillness, like the soft creak of an old floorboard settling after years of silence, not loud enough to be called noise, just a pulse in the air that makes no demand and carries no message. It doesn't need to mean anything. It is simply part of what happens when nothing needs to happen. Your breath has slowed, not because you've told it to, not because you're trying, but because the rhythm has found its own way through your body, like a river discovering new banks. You don't watch it. You don't track it. Not even the faintest sigh from your own chest. Just this, an emptiness, so full it feels like presence, and a silence that does not demand you fill it. You are not sleeping yet, not in any way that would require waking up later. But something has begun to dissolve at the edges of awareness, not as loss, but as surrender to the shape of what already exists. Not because you've done anything, but because this place, this quiet room, with no tasks and no endings, has decided it doesn't want you to do anything anymore. The wooden token on the hook has never moved since you placed it there. It hangs exactly where it was left. Not leaning, not falling, just existing. There's no reason for it to be there, no purpose in its being upright or still, but it is. And that is enough. The keeper is gone now. Not vanished, not disappeared, but simply no longer needed to be seen. Their footsteps have stopped echoing through the hall. The ledger lies closed on the counter, with only a single candle burning beside it. Not for light, just because someone once thought it should burn until morning. But even that flame has slowed. Its wick curled inward, like something learning how to rest without fear. There is no reason to stay awake, no urge to remember anything, no need to think about what comes after this moment, or where you came from before the screen went dark.
The air around you feels older than thought. It holds nothing that needs to be said, nothing that must be understood. It simply is, like a breath held so long it becomes part of the silence between heartbeats. You are no longer seated at a table where decisions once required precision, nor leaning into a space where your focus had to be sharpened like a blade. The air has thickened, not with weight, but with stillness, so deep that even memory begins to settle like dust on an unopened shelf. There is warmth in the room, not from heat rising through floorboards or from lamps burning too long, but from something older. A quiet radiance woven into the walls themselves, as though the wood had learned how to hold light without needing to give it back. It doesn't glow. It simply is warm, like skin that remembers being touched. A thread of sound drifts in, so faint you might think it's your own breath, if not for its shape. A soft hum from somewhere beyond the ceiling, low and continuous, like water moving through stone unseen. Not music, not noise, just a vibration that doesn't ask to be noticed, but remains present anyway, humming beneath everything else, as though the room were breathing in slow, even pulses. It does not demand your attention. It simply exists alongside you. The blanket on the bed, plain and unmarked, woven from something like moonlight caught between fibers, has shifted without your doing anything at all. Not a ripple. No crease forming or folding over. Just the quiet settling of fabric into place, as if it had been waiting for this exact moment to make itself known. It doesn't cover you fully yet, not in any way that feels imposed, but it lies where you are, soft and unassuming, offering no instruction and making no promise. You don't pull it up. You don't adjust your position. You do not even turn your face toward the wall or close your eyes tighter, because they've been closed for longer than you can measure. And that closing not movement, just a soft release of pressure, as though the space had been holding its breath for years and finally exhaled into silence. The sound is so small, it might not have happened at all, but you feel it in your jaw, in the hollow behind your collarbone, in the way your ribs loosen without warning. Outside, there is no wind, not even a shiver of air through cracks. But somewhere beyond the edge of what can be sensed, something has changed, like time adjusting its pace just enough to let you slip into stillness, unmarked by urgency. A scent rises, not strong, not sharp, but subtle and slow, like old paper left in sunlight for too long, or a loaf of bread baked so gently it forgets the heat. It doesn't fill your nose, it slips through, faint as a memory half remembered, and lingers just long enough to remind you that scent can be quiet. The wooden token on its hook is still there. Unchanged. But now, something else has settled beside it. A single feather, light as thought, resting against the side of the hook, like it arrived without knocking. Not dropped, not fallen. Simply appeared, as if some unseen hand had placed it with care and then walked away before you could see them. You don't reach for it.
You don't wonder how it got there or why it's so dry, so brittle at the tip, like a whisper that never found its way out. It stays where it is, like everything else now, neither calling attention to itself nor demanding explanation. It is not important, and because of that, it becomes part of the quiet. The candle beside the ledger has burned down further than you noticed earlier. Its flame hasn't flickered in a long time. Not even when air moved near the window. The wick curls inward now, not out of fear or exhaustion, but as if learning to fold itself into rest. It does not burn toward the glass. It burns inward like a shape trying to find its own center. There is no schedule here.
No reason for anything to happen at any particular hour. The hours don't matter anymore, not because time has stopped, but because it's been released from needing to be counted. You are not late. You are not early. You simply are, and that is sufficient.
A soft pressure settles against your shoulder. No weight, no force, just the gentle press of air shifting across skin, as if something had brushed by on a slow path between walls. Not cold, not warm, just passing, and then gone, leaving behind only the faint impression of motion, like when someone walks through a room and you feel it without seeing them. The blanket has settled deeper into your body now, not because you moved, not because you invited it, but because the warmth beneath it has found its way up through layers that no longer need to be guarded. It's not covering you in a protective way. It's simply there, like a second skin grown from stillness. You are not thinking of anything, not even about not thinking. There is no space left for that kind of motion. The mind has stopped rehearsing, stopped reviewing, stopped imagining what might be next. It has folded itself into the silence with the same quiet grace as the feather beside the hook, like a book closing without protest. There is another sound now, not from outside or inside, but deep in the bones of the room, as if something long asleep had stirred and stretched its limbs slowly, carefully, so as not to disturb anyone. Not loud enough to be called a noise, just a low vibration that runs through floorboards and into your spine, like an old memory, remembering how to move. The window is still dark, not because it's night, but because the glass has absorbed all light, all motion, all trace of direction. It doesn't reflect anything. It doesn't let anything in. It simply is a wall made of nothingness that holds no edge and asks for no response. You are not waiting for sleep to arrive. You are not afraid. It won't come. There is no longing for dreams or dread of emptiness. This is not a space where things must be earned, nor one where you need to prove your worth by staying awake long enough to earn rest. There is only this, the slow release of awareness into the body, like water seeping through soil in a forest untouched by footfall. No urgency, no goal, only the quiet gathering of what was already there, the gentle unfolding of being without needing to do anything at all. The air feels heavier now, not with pressure, but with presence, like a room where everyone has left and yet no one is gone. The chairs remain exactly where they were. The cup on the table still holds cold tea that will not evaporate. The shelf holds books whose spines have never been cracked open, and none of them care. You don't notice when your fingers stop twitching, or when your shoulders drop deeper into softness than they ever did before. You don't know if you're awake or dreaming, or somewhere between, because the distinction has blurred like ink in water, no longer sharp enough to matter. There is a pattern now in the silence, not one you can name, not one you can trace, but a rhythm that feels like breathing without lungs, like motion without direction. It moves through you without disturbing anything. It doesn't pull or push. It only is, like starlight on snow, soft, cold, and complete. The feather has shifted slightly, just enough to show it's not stuck in place anymore, not falling, not rising, just tilting toward the floor, as if gravity itself had paused long enough to let it make a small decision of its own. You are sinking into something quieter than silence,
a space where even the breath doesn't ripple through the air. There is no effort to be still because stillness has already taken root in you like moss on stone that never dries. The weight of your body isn't pressing down, it's being held by a kind of soft gravity, not one that pulls from above, but from all around, as though the room itself had grown gentle enough to cradle you without invitation or condition. You don't feel warmth spreading, not heat, not cold, but an evenness, like sunlight on a day with no shadow. It's not in your skin. It's not behind your eyes. It is simply present, like memory of air, before you ever learn to breathe.
A light has settled near the far wall, low and steady, not bright, but visible enough that it doesn't need to be named. Its color isn't white or gold or gray, but something older, as if it had been collected over centuries from moments too small to record. It hums at a frequency so faint you can only feel it when your attention slips sideways into stillness. You don't notice the way your eyelids are beginning to tremble. Not with fatigue, not with strain, but like leaves in a pond that has forgotten how wind feels. There is no motion required for them to close. They do so as if they've known all along where they belong. The edge of the blanket beneath you shifts without being touched, just enough to reveal a seam in the fabric that wasn't there before, or perhaps was always there but never seen. It runs straight through the center, like a line drawn by hand and then forgotten, not stitched, just present as if something had passed through it once and left no mark beyond its presence. You don't wonder what crossed it. You don't care who might have walked this path before you. The thread is quiet now, unbroken, except by time. And that's enough. The room feels older than your memories of it. Older even than the idea of memory itself. Not in decay or ruin, but in patience. A thing that has waited so long to be noticed that its waiting has become part of what it is. The floorboards beneath you aren't made of wood. Not exactly. They feel more like layers of still air that have hardened over time into something firm and yielding at once. You don't test them. You don't need to know how deep they go or what lies below. They are soft in the way a cloud is soft when it has stopped moving but hasn't yet decided whether to fall. Sound comes from behind you, not loud enough to startle, not sharp enough to be called noise, just the quiet settling of something that had been suspended for far too long. A curtain, perhaps, or the hinge on a shelf door. Though there is no curtain and no door. It's as if time itself has bent slightly in one place, just enough to release a breath it was holding. You don't turn your head. You don't shift your weight. The sound doesn't matter. Only that it exists. Like the pause between heartbeats when nothing moves, but still everything is happening. The air tastes different now. Not sweet or sour, not dry or damp, but neutral in a way that feels ancient, as though this room had once been filled with something no one remembers and left behind only its taste. You don't drink it, don't inhale deeply, don't react. It's simply part of the atmosphere, like the feeling of being watched without having eyes turned toward you. There is no gaze, no judgment, just presence. A single thread has come loose from your sleeve. Just one, thin and pale, but it doesn't fall to the floor. Instead, it floats for a moment in the air before drifting sideways as if guided by something unseen, like a thought that needs time to settle into its shape. It settles against the edge of your blanket and stays there, not tangled, not caught, just resting like a secret someone forgot to tell. The light near the wall pulses once, only slightly, but you don't look at it. You don't need to know what caused it. The room doesn't require explanation. It exists as if it had always been here, and so do you, though your arrival isn't marked by any moment of entrance or decision. There is no door you passed through, no step taken that changed your state. You simply are, like a word left in the middle of a sentence, not finished, but still complete. The shelves along the wall hold objects without names. Smooth stones shaped like hands, small glass spheres filled with nothing at all. A spoon with no handle and an edge too soft to cut anything. They aren't displayed for admiration or use. They are simply there, like thoughts that never made it into language but still exist in their place. You don't touch them. You don't wonder what they were used for. The act of wondering would be a disturbance, not unlike trying to count the stars while standing under one. There is no clock in this room, not because time doesn't pass, but because time has stopped being measured here. There are no hours or minutes or seconds, only moments that stretch and fold without resistance, like fabric left out too long in summer heat until it forgets how stiff it once was. You don't feel the passage of time, only its absence. A faint scent rises from nowhere, not floral or musky, but something between paper and old ink. As if someone had written a letter that never got sent and then left it to dry for decades in silence. It isn't unpleasant. It's just there, the trace of something that wanted to be said but didn't need to be. Your fingers are no longer curled into fists or tapping against anything. They lie open on the blanket, not relaxed exactly, but unresisting, like hands that have forgotten how to grip because they've realized there's nothing left to hold on to. And even if there were something worth holding, you wouldn't need to. The room doesn't demand effort. It doesn't ask for proof of your presence. You are allowed to be here without being useful. The far wall has begun to breathe, not visibly, not audibly, but in a way that makes the air around it vibrate slightly when you press your ear to the floorboards. Though you don't do so, the movement isn't large or sudden. It's just enough to make you feel how deeply the room is alive, not with creatures or voices, but with quiet becoming. Something shifting slowly into a form that doesn't need to be named. Something in the corner of your vision blinks. Not an eye, not a light, but a momentary darkening, like a breath held too long and then released.
It's gone before you can process it, yet you know it was there. You don't ask what caused it. There's no need to assign cause or meaning. The space between events is as full as the events themselves. The blanket has changed again, not in texture, not in color, but in weight. It feels heavier now, not from fabric, but from presence, as though someone had laid their hand on it long ago and forgotten to take it away. You don't move to adjust it. You don't pull it over your shoulders or tuck it under your feet. The heaviness isn't burdening. It's a kind of comfort, like being covered by the memory of someone who loved you without saying so. The air has slowed its movement to almost nothing. There is no current, not even a trace of wind. It lands on the floor with no sound, but you feel it through your spine, as if your body had been waiting for it all along. It doesn't startle you. You don't wonder where it came from or what it means. You only notice that now something has settled into place. Something small and quiet and final. You are aware now of how still your breath has become, not because you've learned to control it, but because it no longer feels like something that needs to be managed. It moves through you without intention, rising and falling as if guided by a current you can't see but have always known was there. The air in the room doesn't push back against it. It simply holds your breath in place until it's ready to return, like water cradling a stone that has settled too long at the bottom of a lake. There is no effort to draw in or let go, only a quiet continuity, as though the act of breathing had quietly dissolved into being. A thread of light slips sideways across the floor from somewhere beyond the window frame. Not sharp-edged, but blurred and soft, like candlelight seen through wet cloth. It does not move. It stays where it is, long after the sun, if there was a sun, has vanished. The shape of it might have once been a pattern in tapestry, or perhaps just the shadow of a bough swaying far away outside, but no longer matters. What remains is its presence, a rectangle of warmth laid down on the floorboards, as if someone had placed it there deliberately and forgotten to remove it. You do not reach for it. You do not wonder what lies beyond it. The blanket has begun to emit heat, not from any fire or engine, but from within itself, like an ember buried in ash that refuses to go out. It is not hot enough to make you shift your position, nor cold enough to draw you closer. It simply exists at a temperature that matches the slow pulse of your own skin, as though it had learned over time how warm you need to be without being told. You don't test it with your cheek or press your palm against its edge. The warmth doesn't demand acknowledgement, only acceptance. There is no sound from outside, not birdsong, not wind in branches, not the distant hum of machines that never sleep. There is only silence, so complete it feels like a substance rather than an absence. It presses gently against your eardrums, not painfully, but with the quiet weight of something holding its breath for you. You don't listen to find anything. There's nothing to hear beyond what already lies in the room. The silence isn't empty. It is full of things that have no names yet exist anyway. A moment suspended between two heartbeats, the space behind a word before it's spoken, the pause between one thought and the next when neither has won. Something glimmers faintly beneath the edge of the blanket. Not gold or silver, not glass nor metal, but a soft internal shimmer, like oil on still water under moonlight. It doesn't flicker. It remains steady, almost imperceptible, unless you're lying just right and the light hits it at exactly the wrong angle. You do not lean in to examine it. You do not try to locate its source. The glimmer is not meant for your eyes. It's there because it has always been there, like a memory that doesn't belong to anyone but still lingers. The wall beside you begins to shift, not visibly, not with sound or movement, but in the way light bends when something behind it changes shape slightly. You feel it more than see it,
a subtle warping of the air near your shoulder, as though the surface has softened at the edges and is no longer quite rigid, not crumbling, not breaking,
just becoming less fixed. It doesn't matter. The wall isn't supposed to be solid anymore. It's meant to hold you without resisting. A faint warmth spreads up from under your feet, not from radiators or heating stones, but as if something beneath the floorboards has woken and is sending a slow pulse through the wood like blood through veins. You don't question where it comes from or whether it will stop. It's not urgent. It doesn't ask for anything. It simply continues, steady and quiet, threading its way up your legs without pressing forward. The ceiling has begun to hum, not with sound, but with a vibration so deep it settles in the bones of your skull. You don't notice it at first. Then you feel it in your teeth, like an old tune remembered from childhood that never quite finishes. It's not unpleasant. It doesn't pull at you or demand attention. It is simply there, a low thrumming beneath everything else, as if the room has always been tuned to this frequency, and now you're finally hearing it. A single thread of dust floats upward in the still air. Not from any breeze, but because something inside the space has loosened its grip on gravity. It drifts slowly toward the ceiling, like a lost thought seeking resolution. You do not watch it long enough to see where it goes. When you stop looking, it's already gone. Just another small movement that left no trace except for the faintest stir in the air behind it. The far corner of the room has softened into shadow. Not dark, not black, but a kind of deep gray that seems to have depth beyond flatness. It does not stretch or shrink. It doesn't reach out. It simply is, like an idea that never needed saying. You don't feel drawn toward it. You don't fear what might be inside. There's no need for exploration. The space where you are already contains everything. The wooden token you left on the shelf beside your bed has begun to glow. Not brightly, not with light, but with a warmth that spreads through its grain like a slow memory returning. It wasn't made of any special wood or carved by anyone in particular. It was just a piece of driftwood, smoothed by time and set aside for no reason at all. Now it pulses gently, once every few breaths, as if remembering how to beat. You do not reach for it. You do not pick it up. The glow is not meant for you. It's not even real in the way light usually is. It's a feeling given form, like a sigh made visible. The air thickens slightly, not with humidity or pressure, but with stillness that feels almost deliberate, as if every molecule has paused to consider its place before continuing. You do not resist it. You don't try to move through it. It doesn't press against you. It simply surrounds you in the way a room can when no one is moving. The blanket grows heavier again, but this time not with weight, with presence, as if someone had lain on it just moments ago and left behind their outline, not as an image, not as a shadow, but as a quiet imprint of being there. You don't wonder who it was. You don't need to know. The silence deepens into something almost audible, like the pause between two notes in music that isn't playing anymore. It's full of what has been said and what wasn't, of all the things you could have asked but didn't, and all the answers you wouldn't have recognized even if they'd come. There is no loss in this silence, only completion. A small patch on the wall begins to ripple, not like water, not like fabric, but like a surface slowly remembering how it felt before it settled into place. It doesn't distort or crack. It just changes shape slightly, as though something inside had shifted and made room for itself without knocking. You do not try to understand. You don't even notice the change until your eyes have already adjusted to it. Then you realize that nothing has changed, only how you are seeing it. The warmth under your feet slows, then stops. The hum in the ceiling softens into stillness. Even the glimmer beneath the blanket fades, not vanishing, but settling into a kind of low light that no longer demands attention. You are not asleep yet. Not quite. But there is less resistance between where you are and where you're going. You don't need to cross any distance. There's no door to open. no path to follow. Just the quiet truth that you've been here long enough for things to settle into place without being told how. The room breathes again, but gently. This time, not like a chest expanding or contracting, but like the air itself, remembering what it means to be alive in stillness. It does not rush. It does not hurry. It simply returns to being, just as you are returning to being too. The floorboards settle beneath you as though they've been waiting for the exact moment when your body stops resisting gravity. Not a creak, not a shift, just a soft release, like a thread that has finally unknotted itself after holding its breath too long. The air moves past your skin without touching it. Not cold or warm, but simply present. As if the space around you had been quietly practicing how to exist for years and now knows exactly what it should be doing. You don't lean back. Don't shift your weight. There's no effort required in staying still. Only an awareness that this is enough. A faint scent rises from somewhere near the wall. Not floral or spicy, but something deeper. Like old paper left in a drawer for decades, and then opened again by hands that have forgotten how to tremble. It doesn't fill your nose. It drifts through it, as though memory had decided to come visit without knocking. You don't trace its source. You don't ask why now. There's no reason to name what you're breathing in. The scent doesn't demand anything of you beyond being noticed. The blanket folds over you again, not with pressure, not with weight, but as if it has remembered the shape of your shoulders and is gently reforming around them after a long pause. It isn't heavy like wool or soft like cotton. It's something quieter. A texture that doesn't remind you of anything in particular, but still feels familiar. Like the way a certain shade of gray used to look on mornings, when the sky hadn't decided whether it wanted rain. You don't close your eyes. You don't open them either. There is no need for sight. The world here isn't built around seeing. It's built around being seen in, as if the room had been waiting patiently all along.
Not for you to arrive, but for you to stop trying to leave. A single thread has come loose from the edge of your blanket and hangs just above the bed like a thought that forgot where it was going. You don't reach for it. It doesn't tangle or pull. It simply remains, hanging in air, caught between two states. One moment, still part of something whole. The next already drifting away without anyone noticing. The wall behind you softens slightly. At the corner where plaster meets wood, not crumbling, not splitting, but changing its surface as though it had absorbed a breath and exhaled slowly. The grain shifts just enough to suggest that this place has been breathing along with you all night long, even when you didn't realize it was possible. There's no clock here, no sound of time moving forward or backward, not even the faintest tick of something trying to keep track. Time doesn't hurry through these rooms. It walks slowly, like a person who remembers where they're going, but has forgotten why. It lingers in corners and settles into creases between things that never needed names. You don't wonder about how long you've been here. You don't think about whether this is real or imagined. There's no difference between them anymore. Only the quiet certainty that what you feel isn't separate from where you are, but part of it, like a ripple in water that doesn't need to be explained because it never left. The air thickens again, not with weight, not with heat, but with stillness, so complete it feels like silence has taken up residence inside your chest. Not empty, not hollow, just full in the way that only absence can become when it stops being a lack and starts becoming something else entirely.
You don't try to fill it. You don't speak into it. It doesn't need you. A single drop falls from the ceiling. Not water, not condensation, but what feels like a moment breaking loose from somewhere deep in the structure of things. It lands on the floor with no sound at all. but for an instant, there's a shift in how space holds itself, as if something had passed through unseen and left behind just enough light to make you blink. The wooden token on the shelf glows once more, but not like before. Not with warmth or pulse or memory. Now it simply is, without explanation, as though all of its history had been absorbed into the grain until only presence remained. It doesn't call to you. It doesn't promise anything. It doesn't need to. You don't notice when your hands stop resting on the blanket and sink gently beneath it, no longer pressing down or holding on, but letting go so completely that even gravity seems to pause for a moment in recognition. There is no effort required in being here. No task, no goal, no destination. Not even the idea of moving forward. The room doesn't expect you to do anything except continue breathing. And even that feels less like an action than a quiet continuation of what has already begun. A faint rustle comes from somewhere near the baseboard. Not wind, not footsteps, but something smaller, softer, as if dust had decided to shift on its own after centuries of stillness. It doesn't disturb you. You don't look down. You don't wonder what it was or where it went. The sound is already fading into the quiet, leaving no trace except for the way your breathing seems to echo slightly in response. The blanket folds again, not over you this time, but beneath you, as if it had been waiting not to cover, but to receive. It doesn't hold you. It simply accepts that you are here, and in doing so, becomes less like fabric and more like a promise kept without words. There's no light now, no flicker from the lantern, no glow from the token, nothing visible at all. But your skin still remembers how it feels when warmth is near. Not heat, not comfort, but an older kind of knowing that you are in a place where being noticed isn't necessary, because already, without asking, you've been seen. You don't think about your fingers or your toes or the shape of your face.
you don't imagine walking or running or doing anything with your body at all. There's no need to move, no reason to want to. The space around you doesn't demand that you be doing something. It only asks that you remain, and in remaining, become more fully yourself than ever before. The air grows softer, still, less like a thing you breathe, and more like a presence that has been with you all along, quietly shaping how you feel without telling you how to feel it. You don't question it. You don't analyze the way your chest expands or how your breath slows down until even time seems to pause in deference. It doesn't speak. It doesn't gesture. It simply appears and then fades as though it never left. Just changed its shape to better fit where it belongs. The floorboards don't creak anymore. They don't settle. They don't do anything at all. Only exist. Like the silence between two breaths that has no name but is felt anyway. You don't reach for anything. You don't miss anything you've lost. There's no longing here. Not even a whisper of it. Not because nothing ever happened, but because everything that did now feels complete in its own quiet way, as if the story had already ended without anyone noticing. The room doesn't need to be beautiful or perfect or meaningful. It only needs to be, and so do you. There's no decision left to make, no path to follow, no final step toward anything at all. Just this, a breath that comes and goes, not as an effort, but as a return. Like coming home without knowing the way, yet still arriving. The blanket folds beneath you again, not into itself, but outward, as if it has decided to grow wider
just so you can fit in better.
It doesn't pull or push. It only becomes slowly and without resistance, like something that had been waiting for this moment all along. You don't notice when your eyes close. There's no transition, no signal, no intention behind it. You simply stop seeing, not because you're sleeping, but because there is nothing left to see. The world isn't dark. It's full of a quiet kind of light that doesn't need to shine. You are no longer holding your breath, not because you've exhaled, but because there's nothing left that requires a pause. The air doesn't shift to make room for sound. Instead, it holds its shape around you, like something that has been shaped by stillness rather than movement. There is no need to lean forward or pull back. No urge to adjust your weight or reposition the curve of your spine. You are not in a posture, only in being. The floor beneath you has stopped remembering what it means to be cold. It does not warm up, nor does it cool down. It simply exists as an unchanging surface that knows how to hold without asking for anything in return. Your back rests on its grain, not because you've chosen the angle, but because the wood itself has leaned into your presence, softened just enough to accommodate your form. Not a cradle, not a cushion, only a quiet agreement between two things that do not need to speak. The blanket now lies beneath you like something that was always meant to be there before any of this began. It does not cover you, but it is present as a kind of foundation. The way the earth might feel if you were lying on it in a dream where no one else had ever walked. There's no pattern stitched into its weave, no color declared, only a softness that has learned how to be still without being forgotten. It does not try to keep you warm or dry or safe. It only accepts what is already present. Your weight, the shape of your body as it settles deeper into the world. You do not feel tired, not in the way that comes after effort, after focus,
after a long stretch of pushing forward. This is different. You are not drained. You are unburdened. There is no memory of urgency, no echo of choices made or decisions deferred. Not because they never happened, but because now they do not matter. The walls have stopped being boundaries. They breathe at the same pace as your chest, rising and falling in time with nothing at all. The silence does not stretch. There's no stretching to it, only presence. It is not empty. It is full of a kind of quiet that has never been filled by noise or meaning. It simply is. And because it is, you are allowed to be too. A thread from the blanket drifts upward, not lifting, as if pulled, but floating, as though gravity had forgotten its name here. It moves slowly through the air, not toward anything, not away from anything, just existing in a space where direction has no weight. It brushes against nothing and is touched by nothing. There's no need to catch it or let it go. Outside, something small lands on the window ledge. A drop of rain, perhaps, or dew that had been waiting for this moment to fall. The sound is not sharp. It does not echo. It settles like a sigh into the stillness and then remains without needing to be acknowledged. The air shifts again, not with motion, but with memory. Not your memory, nor anyone else's. A feeling of warmth that comes from nowhere, yet feels familiar, like a face you've known all your life, but never spoken to. It doesn't explain itself. It only lingers in the way sunlight might linger on a wall long after it has moved past. You do not wonder if this is real. You do not question whether it will last. There is no moment here that needs to be preserved. No instant worth holding on to. You don't notice them on the blanket, nor do you feel their shape, nor their weight. They are not yours in this moment. They belong to the stillness, just like everything else. Not lost, not forgotten, only released from responsibility. The room has stopped being a place with edges. It doesn't end where the walls begin or where the ceiling curves. There's no floor that must be walked on, no door that needs to open or close. The space is soft around you. Not because it bends, but because it remembers how not to resist. A sound comes from somewhere far away, no louder than a breath, no sharper than silence, but it does not intrude. It belongs here the way a note in music belongs to a melody that never needs to be completed. It doesn't ask for attention. It only exists as part of something larger and older than intention. You do not feel your body now, not in the usual way. You are not aware of where you begin or end. There is no boundary between your skin and the air, nor between your breath and the quiet that surrounds it. Your presence is not a thing to be measured. It does not require proof. It simply is. The blanket moves beneath you again, not as if stirred by wind, but because something deep within its fibers has decided to shift just slightly, like a leaf turning in water without being touched. There's no reason for the motion, no purpose behind it. Only this, that the world knows how to change its shape when no one is watching. And then something else. A soft sound from above. Not mechanical, not rhythmic. It comes from nowhere and everywhere at once. The way a single note might rise in a cathedral where no one sings. It does not belong to any instrument or voice. It floats through the air like an afterthought that has become real. There's no need to name it, no reason to understand what made it happen. It simply is, and because it is, you are allowed to remain exactly as you are, without effort, without design. The silence deepens, not by growing heavier, but by becoming more complete. There is nothing missing from it, nothing that needs to be filled in or explained. The stillness does not wait for you to calm down. It doesn't ask you to relax. It simply holds space so gently that even your thoughts, those small restless things, begin to slow their pace, not because they are told to, but because there's nowhere left to go. You do not feel yourself sinking into sleep, not as if descending, nor slipping away. You're already here.
It simply holds you as if it had always known what this moment would look like. The exact shape of stillness when nothing remains to do and no one remains to say anything about it. You are not dreaming, yet something beyond dreams is happening. Something that does not need a story, nor an ending, nor a reason. You do not believe in it because you have seen proof. You believe because there's no other way to be here without believing. There's no fear of waking up. Not now. There's no anxiety about time slipping away. The moment doesn't stretch or compress. It simply is. And because it is, the world has stopped needing a reason to continue. It continues not out of necessity, but because it knows how. A single thread from the blanket drifts again, this time not upward, but across your side, like something reaching without knowing what it's reaching for. It does not touch you in any way that would make you notice. It passes through space as if it had always been there and always will be. You do not think about where this place came from. There's no need to know what lies beyond them, or whether anyone else ever arrived here in silence. The room is neither secret nor sacred, only real. And you are allowed, simply by being present, to dissolve into it, not as a loss of self, but as an unburdening, not as surrender, but as return. You are not lying on anything that was made for lying down. This is not a bed. Not really. It is something older, shaped by time and stillness into a form that holds you without strain. The surface beneath you has no memory of being pressed or folded. Your breath moves in slow waves through your chest, rising like the tide of some quiet sea that never reaches land. There is no rhythm to follow. A sound comes from beyond the wall. Not words, not music, not even footsteps, but something like warmth being shared between two things that have no names. You feel it like a change in pressure, like the moment just after rain stops falling and the air holds still for no reason at all. There's no need to turn toward it, no obligation to mark its presence. It is already inside you, where things go without being asked. The window above does not let light through. Not now. Not ever in this place. But something like shadow has learned how to be soft. Not dark, but deep. Like the color of a room that has never been entered. Or an idea that was once considered and then forgotten, yet still lingers just beneath thought. The glass is clear, though it does not reflect anything. It simply holds space without pretending.
No sense of time moving forward or backward. Time does not measure itself by minutes or hours. Instead, moments are shaped by the way your body shifts, by how long a breath lingers before letting go, or how slowly you drift into stillness when there is nothing to pull you back. A thread from the blanket falls again, not toward you, but away, as if it had decided not to return. It floats just above the surface for a moment, then settles in place without sound, like an old thought that has finally stopped asking questions and simply stayed where it was left. The wall near your head is made of stone that does not feel cold or warm. It feels neither rough nor smooth. It only knows how to be present, how to hold the shape of a room without needing anyone to see it. There's no crack, no mark, no sign of time passing. But if you press your palm gently against it, you might feel a faint pulse, not like blood or heartbeat, but something older. The way a river remembers its source long after the water has left. No one comes to check on you. No voice calls from the hall. The door remains closed, not out of secrecy, but because there is no need for anyone to enter. You are not being watched. Nor are you expected to do anything. There's no task to finish, no item to return, no memory that must be kept. The air itself has learned how to move without sound. It does not rush through corners or sweep across floors. It moves only when something else in the room changes. The slow shift of a blanket, the quiet turn of an unobserved shadow, the way warmth pools beneath your ribs like sunlight trapped in cloth. You do not think about what comes next. You don't wonder if this will end. There is no ending to wait for, nor any beginning that must begin. The moment does not stretch towards something else. It only holds you here, not as a place of delay, but as a destination with no need for arrival. A single drop falls from the ceiling. No, not from the ceiling, but from somewhere higher. Perhaps from an unseen join in the roof where air has gathered and grown heavy enough to fall. It lands on the floorboards far away, not making a sound that could be heard. Yet you feel it, as if your bones had known it was coming. There is no reason for stillness to grow deeper than this. It simply exists in the way grass grows without being told to, without purpose, without direction, only because it knows how. The light from outside does not touch anything inside. The night remains on the other side of glass that is not really glass. The stars above are not visible, yet you feel their weight, not as brightness or cold, but as absence of noise. A quiet so full it cannot be described with words. You do not imagine yourself elsewhere. You do not think about what the world might look like in morning light. There's no dream that needs to come true. No story that must unfold. Not even a memory that requires retrieval. The shape of your hand rests on your chest, fingers curled slightly. Not because you meant them to be, but because they have settled into place as if they had always known where to go. The warmth beneath your palm is not from blood or heat, but something quieter. The way stillness sometimes gives back its own weight. Something moves in the corner of the room, just a flicker, like dust drifting in air that has no wind. It does not come near you, does not linger. It only exists for an instant, then vanishes as if it had never been there at all. Not even memory remains. The ceiling is not flat. It curves gently upward into the dark, not because of design or engineering, but because the air above has learned how to rise without being pulled. Like breath held too long in a place where nothing can be said. There's no need for your eyes to close. You are already beyond seeing. Not blind, but free from needing to look. The world does not demand that you take it in. It only asks that you allow yourself to be held by what is already here. A slow shift occurs, not in the room, nor in your body, but somewhere between them, as if space itself had taken a breath and changed its mind about how far it could stretch without breaking. The air thickens not with pressure, but with presence, like the way silence fills a hall after everyone has left. There's no effort to let go. You do not release anything. There is only this, that letting go was never needed. Not because you were strong enough to hold on, nor weak enough to surrender, but because there was nothing to hold on to in the first place. Only room for what already fits. Your thoughts do not fade. They simply stop asking questions. They don't disappear. They dissolve into the same quiet that has been here all along. Like salt melting into water without leaving a trace. A single thread lifts, not from the blanket this time, but from somewhere else entirely, as if it had been waiting in air for no reason at all. It drifts slowly through space, not moving toward you or away. It only floats, like a thought that has lost its shape and now exists simply to be seen. A thread floats like a breath that forgot how to end. It does not tie anything together, nor point toward an origin or destination. It only exists as air has existed, without reason, without design. You do not reach for it, not because you are too tired, but because reaching would mean believing in distance between things. The thread drifts past the edge of your vision and is gone before you notice its passing. There is no moment after it vanishes. Only a feeling, as if something small had slipped through a space that did not know how to hold it. The wall beside you breathes slightly, not with rhythm or pulse, but with a soft expansion of shadow at the base, like ink spreading in water that has already been stirred once and forgotten. It does not darken further, does not grow louder. The dim light from the lantern above your head settles into its flame, as if it had always known where to stay. No flicker, no shift, no tremble. Not because it is fixed, but because it has stopped needing to decide. You do not feel the weight of time pressing down. You are not aware of how long you've been here, nor whether any hour ever moved past its own end. The air carries nothing that demands your attention. No scent, no vibration from far off footsteps, no echo of a sound too faint to name. There is only this, a presence so quiet it has stopped being noticed by the mind, and now lives in the body as a kind of grounding, like roots that grow without knowing they are growing. A corner of your blanket lifts not because of wind, but because something beneath it, some part of the bed itself, is shifting, not rising nor sinking, just changing shape slightly, as if the mattress had remembered how to breathe after years of stillness. The movement is so slow that you cannot tell whether it has happened at all until your shoulder shifts against it and finds a new softness in the fabric beneath. The lantern wick does not burn down. It only glows with its own quiet, as though it were made from light instead of wax. You do not think about how long it might last. There is no fear that it will go out, not because you trust it to stay lit, but because the idea of it going out has never crossed your mind. Like wondering whether a star could forget its own brightness. A small sound comes from beyond the room's edge. A single note, like a key turning, in air rather than wood. It does not startle. It does not linger. It simply occurs and dissolves into silence as if it had been waiting for nothing to respond. You do not wonder what made it or why it happened when it did. There is no need to answer such questions. They are not the kind that require resolution. They rest on your chest as though they have been there for centuries, curled just so. Fingers still in the shape of a gesture that was never made. There is no effort behind it, no intention. Just the way things settle when nothing asks them to move. A single thread of warmth rises from somewhere near your spine. Not heat, but something like memory, without content. Not a recollection, but the feeling of having been held long ago by hands that were kind and unassuming. It does not last long. It fades as if it had never come. Like a sigh released too slowly to be heard. The blanket shifts again. this time curling slightly at your feet, not from any motion in you, nor from air moving through the room. The fabric simply chooses to fold itself into another shape, like leaves settling on soil after rain has passed. It does not press against you or pull away. It only becomes what it was always meant to be, a quiet companion. The ceiling no longer feels high nor low. It is neither above nor below, but just there. Curved in the way that air might curve if it were allowed to gather without being pushed out by wind. There are no lines where one part ends and another begins, just an arc of stillness, like the moment after a word has been spoken, and before anyone decides whether to answer. A drop falls, not from above, not from any pipe or ledge, but seemingly from nowhere at all. It lands on the wooden floor with a sound so soft it might have been imagined. But you do hear it, just once, and then nothing else happens. The room does not react. There is no ripple in the silence, no echo, just that one small impact, as if time had paused for just long enough to allow something tiny to fall. You are not aware of your breath, yet you know it continues. Not because you notice it, but because the air around you seems to move with a rhythm all its own, not in response to you, nor even near you, but somewhere between the spaces where things might be said and never were. A pattern forms on the wall opposite, a slow shifting of light that does not come from any source. It is neither shadow nor reflection. It moves like ink, absorbed into paper without direction or purpose. It spreads just enough to suggest a shape, then fades again as if it had never begun. The lantern flame flickers once, very gently, and the room blinks with it. Not in response, not because of fear, just because light changes when air does, and air is not always still. You do not know how long you've been here. You are not counting seconds or minutes. There is no need to measure anything that has already stopped needing measurement. The blanket shifts again, not toward you nor away, but across your legs as if adjusting itself in preparation for something it cannot name. It does not ask permission. It simply becomes what it needs to be. A place where stillness can rest without apology. A warmth rises from the floor beneath you,
just below the skin of the wood, like heat rising from stone that has absorbed sunlight for centuries, but never needed to remember how it felt. It is not hot, not cold, just present. A quiet pulse underfoot that does not demand your attention, yet invites it. The shadow at the wall's base grows slightly larger, not because the light has dimmed, nor because something new has entered, but because the air itself has thickened with a kind of listening. Like silence so deep it becomes audible in its own way. You do not move, not because you are afraid to wake up, but because waking would mean leaving behind what is already true. That nothing needs fixing, no story requires finishing, and no part of you must return anywhere else. A breath passes through the room, slow, soft, almost forgotten, as if something had exhaled after waiting longer than words could describe. It does not carry meaning, not even emotion. Just air moving from one place to another with no reason at all. You do not feel your body as a whole. You are not aware of limbs or spine or chest. Only small places, fingers, the curve behind your ear, the space beneath your collarbone, where sensation lingers like dust after silence has settled. The lantern flame does not burn. It only exists. There is no need to ask if you're tired. No reason to wonder whether this moment might end. There are no promises being made or broken. Only the way things are and have always been, without condition, without demand. You are already where it is going.
You are sinking into the weight of quiet, not because you've fallen, but because the air has grown thick enough to hold your shape without effort. The lantern's glow no longer pulses. It settles like a breath held in a throat that knows how to rest. Its flame does not flicker anymore. It is still, though not dead. More like something that remembers what warmth feels like after years of being forgotten. Not taut, not loose. Just present, its fabric softening into place like cloth left overnight on stone that remembers warmth. A sound comes from far beyond the walls. Not footsteps, not wind, not any noise you could name with words, but a rhythm, slow and deliberate, as if something were walking in time to an old tune no one else hears. It passes through the floorboards without disturbing them. You don't listen for it. You feel it instead, like pressure beneath your feet, like memory returning uninvited. The wood darkens slightly, then lightens again in uneven patches, revealing nothing more than texture. Grain patterns that seem too deliberate for chance, lines that form no known shape, yet feel familiar, like the curve of a hand you've never touched but have dreamed of holding. The air thickens once more, not with weight, not with tension, but with absence. Something is missing from the silence now, and it's not emptiness that fills the gap, but the quiet understanding that some things are better left unnamed. You don't reach for your pack. You don't think about what lies inside it. The wooden token you hung earlier, simple, carved from a pale wood with no mark or symbol, is still there, hanging on the wall beside the door, not glowing, not humming, just in place. A small shape where something once stood. The rain has stopped falling against the shutter. But not because the storm is gone. It's because the sound of it has changed from impact to memory. Each drop now lands as if remembered rather than heard. You do not listen for them.
They are already inside you.
Drips that land in places where no water can go. The keeper remains at the table by the hearth, still writing, though their pen moves slower now, less like marking time and more like tracing something too faint to be seen. The ledger lies open before them, its pages not full of numbers or names, but of impressions, smudges that look like breaths, gaps where lines were meant to go but didn't, small circles that might have been moments, might have been nothing. No one asks you to stay. No voice says, "You're welcome here." You are simply allowed, in the way a tree allows birds to rest in its branches without needing permission.
The floor beneath your feet breathes, not with life, not with sound, but with a kind of slow exhale that moves through wood as though it were skin. It does not rise or fall. It only exists at this depth, where stillness becomes something you can feel underfoot. There is no need to wonder if the warmth will last. You are already part of it. A thread of light stretches across the ceiling, thin, pale, as if a space between two worlds had been pulled open just long enough for one moment of shared breath. It does not shine. It only stays. And when you look at it, you do not see where it begins or ends. You only know that it is there. The lamp's flame has stopped being fire and become something else. Something softer, slower, not a source, not a signal.
It only allows it, like a room that has waited years for someone to sit down and say nothing at all. The blanket now covers your shoulders, not placed by hand, not arranged, just settled, as though the air had lifted it gently, folded it over you like an old habit no one remembers teaching. Your hands are not clenched. They are not resting on anything. They float just above the armrests. And when it passes, there is no trace left behind, only the faintest sense that something had been present for just long enough to matter. The silence thickens again, not with weight, but with depth, like water in a well where light has forgotten how to reach the bottom. You do not descend. You are already at the level of what cannot be named, the space between thought and breath, between wanting and having. There is no need to think about tomorrow. No reason to wonder if you should return. No instruction to follow. Nothing that must be done. Not even to stay awake. The air moves with a kind of quiet insistence, not loud enough to disturb the stillness, but strong enough to carry something just beyond hearing, a sound like stone settling after centuries beneath snow, or wind turning in an alley no one walks anymore. You do not feel your body as it is. You feel it as it could be. Softened by time, worn down by patience, shaped by the weight of simply being allowed to exist without purpose. The wooden token on the wall begins to glow. Not brightly, not suddenly, but slowly, like a memory returning from deep in sleep. It does not flare. It only becomes visible for just long enough to show that it has always been there. And when you look at it again, it is no longer glowing. But you know, without knowing how, that it was.
The fire in the hearth is low now, not dead, not burning, but smoldering in its own time, breathing slowly, like something who has forgotten what haste means. Its heat does not rise. It stays close to the ground, like warmth that knows it doesn't need to travel far to find someone willing to feel it. You are no longer aware of your breath as a function. You are only aware of the air passing through you, not in and out, but simply through, like wind moving between two quiet places where nothing needs to be said. The blanket now lies across your chest, not tucked, not pulled tight, but resting there like something that has grown into its place. It does not press. It does not cover. It only stays. And the room is no longer separate from you. There is no wall between the inside and outside of this moment. No distance between where you begin and where stillness ends. You are not in it. You are part of its quiet pulse. The slow rhythm beneath all things that do not need to be named. The keeper closes the ledger slowly, not with finality, with care, like folding a letter no one will read, but must be kept for reasons beyond memory. They do not look up. They do not speak. They only rise and step away, not toward any door, nor into shadow, but simply forward, as if walking through air that has always known their shape. The light from the lantern dims further, just a little, but not because it is dying, because it no longer needs to be bright. You are not lying still because you have chosen to. Your body has simply decided that stillness is its natural state, like water settling into a basin, no longer stirred by hands. There is no effort in holding your breath. There is only the slow release of it, as though some deep part of you had been waiting for this moment not to begin, but to return. The air near your skin feels heavier now, not thick, but full of what has long passed through without being named. Dust from old books, warmth from forgotten hands, silence that remembers how to speak in ripples. A thread of it curls around your wrist, like something testing the weight of a pulse before deciding whether to stay. The blanket is no longer just cloth. It is a shape that knows where you are, where you have always been, even if you didn't know it yourself. It does not cover, but it holds its place against your chest, as though it has learned how to sit beside you in stillness. You feel the way it lies over you, not pressed down by weight, nor lifted by wind, but simply there, like a thought that never needed to be spoken because it had already been felt. The light from the lantern no longer flickers. It does not pulse or fade, but settles into its own quiet kind of presence, like an ember in the ashes of something long finished burning, content now to just stay warm and unseen. The flame has given up on being noticed. All that remains is a soft hum beneath the glow, like a breath held so gently it no longer needs to be released. A sound comes from somewhere beyond your awareness. A low creak, not in wood or floor, but in space itself, like the slow turning of a door whose hinges have forgotten their purpose. It does not disturb. It only confirms that movement is possible without direction, that things can shift even when no one sees them do so. The sound lingers just long enough to be noticed, then fades into the silence like a word spoken too softly for memory. Outside, rain begins again. Not in sheets or sudden gusts, but as slow, steady drops that fall onto the roof with the care of someone placing something valuable down gently. Each one lands on its own time, not in sequence, not in rhythm, but individually, like thoughts arriving without urgency. The sound is soft enough to be mistaken for stillness until you realize it has been there all along, only waiting for you to hear. The wall near your shoulder begins to pulse, not with light nor heat, but with a kind of pressure that grows and recedes, like breathing beneath stone. It does not push against you. It simply exists in its own quiet rhythm, as though the room itself had learned how to dream while no one was watching. You do not feel it as sensation or touch. You only know it is there because your body has stopped trying to understand what's happening and has begun trusting that it knows. Your fingers are relaxed. There is no need to move them, no reason to reach. You do not even consider what they might be doing tomorrow. A warmth spreads from your lower back, not heat in the way fire warms a room, but a deep internal glow that comes not from outside, but from inside. Like something long dormant, waking up slowly, like a river, remembering its own bed after years of being dry. It does not demand attention. It only exists, gently insisting on its presence. The scent of the inn is different now. Not wood smoke or linen or tea, but something quieter. Old paper that has absorbed sunlight over decades. The faintest trace of moss growing in a corner where no light ever reaches, and beneath it all, the quiet odor of time itself, like dust that has settled into meaning. You are not sleeping. You are not awake. You are somewhere between
like water suspended mid-fall between two levels of stillness. There is no need to choose one over the other because both have already become irrelevant.
The keeper's footsteps return. Not loud, not sudden, but soft as snow settling on a path that hasn't been walked in years. They do not come toward you. They pass by at a distance, like someone moving through their own house without needing to be seen or acknowledged. You know they are there because the air shifts slightly, just enough to tell you something has moved. The window above your head grows darker, not from night nor cloud, but because something inside it has begun to absorb light instead of letting it through. The glass does not blacken. It only becomes translucent in a way that feels like being looked at from the other side by someone who knows you are there without needing to see. Your breath slows further, not by choice, but by surrender. Each inhale is longer than the last. Each exhale softer, as if your lungs have learned how to let go of every small resistance they've carried for hours. There is no effort in it, no instruction, only quiet acceptance that this moment is not meant to be held on to. A single thread from the blanket comes loose, loose enough to drift downward, curling like smoke before settling again on your chest, as if by design. It does not tug or pull. It only lies there, no longer part of the whole, but still belonging to it in a way that needs no explanation. The hearth remains warm, not from flame, but from what has been absorbed over time. The memory of heat, the imprint left behind when something burns long enough to become part of the walls. You no longer feel your heartbeat as a rhythm. You only feel its presence, like a slow drumming at the center of things that does not need to be heard to exist. The air grows stiller, not because nothing is happening, but because everything has stopped needing to explain itself. A shape forms in the corner by the door. Not solid, not shadow, but something between. It does not move toward you. It does not vanish. It simply is, like a thought that arrived before language existed. You do not look at it. You do not name it. You only know it is there because your body responds, softening, yielding, as though some quiet agreement has been made without words. The rain slows now, not stopping, but beginning to fall more gently, as if the sky itself had decided that urgency was unnecessary here. Your hands are no longer yours in any strict sense. They belong to stillness, to time that does not need a clock, to breath that has forgotten how to be anxious. There is no door to close, no gate to lock, no path back or forward. Only the quiet knowledge that you have been invited into a space where nothing needs proving, nothing needs changing. The blanket shifts slightly, not in response to wind nor movement, but as if it had remembered something. That warmth does not always come from fire, but sometimes from simply being allowed to stay. You are not drifting toward sleep, so much as dissolving into its shape. The kind that forms slowly, like frost on a pane, when no one is watching, softening edges until nothing remains but the quiet of being held. The air tastes still, not dry or thick, but full in a way that does not press against your throat. It has absorbed everything that might have stirred your last thought. the echo of a controller's click, the faint tremor of muscles unclenching after hours of focus, and now carries only the residue of ease, like water holding memory without needing to name it. A single thread from the blanket has settled near your collarbone. It is not the one that fell earlier. The new one curls upward, slightly at its tip, as though drawn by a current you cannot feel. You do not move it. You do not think about it. It is like noticing the way light touches a wall differently at dusk. Not because you want to see it clearly, but because it has simply become visible. The ceiling above you breathes slowly, not with rhythm or pattern, but with a pulse that feels less like motion and more like presence, like something waiting, not for an answer, but for acknowledgement. You do not offer one. You only allow yourself to be felt by the quiet in return. The wood of the beams does not creak. It does not settle. It simply holds its shape, as though it has known this stillness so long that even aging is no longer a process. It is already complete. The rain outside has ceased, but not vanished. It remains, not falling, not paused, but suspended in the air just beyond the glass, like drops caught mid-sway before they ever touched anything. You do not see them clearly, only their outlines, blurred and soft, as if made of breath instead of water. They hang there, neither here nor gone, waiting for a reason to fall that no longer exists. A small sound comes from the hallway.
not loud enough to disturb, but distinct. The gentle creak of a floorboard near the far end where the shelves line the wall. Not footsteps, not movement. Just one board sighing under something light. No waiting for permission. The space between them holds nothing but silence, yet it feels full. Not with thought, not with intention, but with a kind of quiet weight that does not demand explanation. The walls do not glow nor dim. They simply are, the same color as twilight on stone, worn smooth by years of breath and shadow passing through. The surface is uneven in places where something once pressed too hard against it. Perhaps a hand, perhaps a shoulder. But now, those marks have softened into the wood itself, like memories that no longer hurt to recall. A low hum begins, not from any machine, nor from your body, but from somewhere deep between you and the ceiling. Not even noticeable at first, but as it grows, so does its warmth, less in pitch than in presence, a vibration you feel more through stillness than through hearing. It settles into your bones like something that has always belonged there. The blanket shifts again, not from wind, nor movement, nor heat, but because the air around you has changed texture, lighter, as if space itself is adjusting to let go of what it was holding. You do not shift with it. You only allow yourself to be rearranged
by something that does not care about your shape. Something falls in the distance, a small object, perhaps a spoon dropped into a drawer, or a leaf turning loose from its stem. But there is no clatter, no sharp sound, only a soft thud, followed by stillness so complete it feels like the world has paused to listen. And then, after a moment that could be seconds or minutes, another faint sound, this one softer, more delicate. The slow opening of a latch on something sealed long ago. You only feel the space behind your ribs loosen slightly, as though some small door had been unfastened without warning. Not with force, not with noise, just ease. The kind that comes when you realize nothing was ever meant to stay shut. But you feel it land softly on your skin, like dust that has traveled across centuries and landed without landing at all. There is no sound now except the faintest hum, still low but deeper in its tone, like a thread pulled taut beneath silence. It does not vibrate the air so much as remind you of what lies underneath every moment. The quiet thrum of being present even when nothing happens. A shape forms near your feet, not solid, not shadow, but something that moves with no direction,
and no reason. It coils slowly at first, like smoke rising from a fire long since cooled, then flattens into the floorboards as though it had always been there, not hiding, not showing itself, just belonging. It does not touch you. It does not need to. You already know its presence is not meant to be feared or questioned. It is simply another part of what has no purpose beyond existing in this moment. Like the way a leaf lies on soil without needing to explain why it fell. Your breath slows further, not by design, but because your body remembers how to stop fighting for control.
The act of breathing becomes not an effort, but an invitation. Each inhale pulls you deeper into stillness, and each exhale releases something that was never yours to keep. Fear, anticipation, the ghost of a decision made hours ago. The fire is gone now. Not just cold, but absent in the way heat can be when it has become part of the place. The hearth remembers its own warmth. Not from flame, not from wood, but from how long it took to absorb all that had been laid upon it. Stories told too loud, hands held too tightly. Moments caught between breath and silence. The keeper is no longer in sight.
But their presence remains, not as a figure, nor as sound, nor even as memory, but as the quiet certainty that someone has already seen you come in, seen you sit, seen you settle into this space without needing to say anything at all. You are not waiting for anything. You are not preparing for departure or arrival. There is no path ahead and no way back. Only this, the soft weight of being allowed to be here, exactly as you are, with nothing left to prove.
A light stirs in the far corner, not from a candle nor any device, but like a thought that has surfaced without needing words. It does not shine brightly. It does not move. It only appears. Steady, and unchanging, as though it had been waiting for this exact moment of surrender. The blanket lifts slightly at one edge, as if stirred by air you cannot feel, not from wind nor from motion, just the slow unfolding of stillness itself, the kind that happens when nothing is needed, yet everything continues anyway. Your hands are no longer your own. They belong to the quiet between heartbeats, to the pause after a breath has ended. To the space where effort disappears because there is no need for it anymore. You are sinking into a shape that wasn't there before. A soft hollow forming beneath your spine, as if gravity had changed its mind about how deep you were meant to go. You feel it in your jaw, where tension had settled hours ago without you noticing. Now, it unclenches slowly, not as a decision, but as an inevitability, like water finding its way downhill when no one is looking. A warmth spreads through your arms, not from fire, nor from motion, but from the slow surrender of muscle to stillness. Your fingers rest loosely on the edge of the blanket, and for once, they do not twitch or drift toward a controller, a screen.
They are simply there, fingers resting like roots in soil, neither reaching nor pulling back, just present. The kind of presence that does not need to be justified. A faint scent arrives, not wood smoke, nor herbs, nor anything you can name, but something older than memory. The smell of dust after rain on stone, or the quiet stillness of a room left untouched for years, where time has settled like pollen. You notice now how your feet are no longer tucked beneath you as they were moments ago. They lie flat against the floorboards, not stiff or restless, but relaxed in their own right, each toe curled slightly inward, as though the earth beneath them had whispered a secret, and they'd answered with a soft sigh. There is no urgency to move them, no reason to adjust your position. Even the weight of your body feels less like burden than like belonging, a kind of slow folding into place that requires no effort at all. The light in the corner has not dimmed nor brightened. It remains exactly where it was, steady and unmoving. But now you see its edges are blurred, as if it were made not of flame, but of something softer, a quiet thought given form. You feel no need to breathe deeper or faster.
Your breath has found its own rhythm, not one you chose, but one the space around you already knew. It is not shallow nor deep, it simply is. The blanket moves again, but this time, it's not the edge lifting. It's a ripple across your torso, as though something beneath it had stirred in sleep, or perhaps just remembered how to breathe. You do not react. There is no need. The movement passes through you like wind over water, touching without leaving marks. A thread of warmth curls along your left forearm, not from heat, but from a sensation like the echo of someone's hand. It lingers for just long enough to be felt before fading into stillness again. No story behind it. No explanation. Only the quiet after something has been given and accepted without a word. There is no ceiling above you. Only the feeling of being surrounded by air so gentle it does not press, but cradles. It holds your head as if it were made to fit perfectly into its shape, like clay molded slowly over centuries with no one watching. You do not need to close your eyes. They are already closed, not from effort nor intention. It is the kind of quiet that holds things in its arms,
A memory of laughter lost long ago, the shape of a hand once held without speaking, the weight of a name spoken too softly to be heard. These are not thoughts nor dreams. They are simply allowed, like dust motes drifting through still air, never falling, never stopping. A new sensation forms at your temple. Not pain nor pressure, but like something small and soft brushing against skin. As though a feather had drifted down from nowhere and landed for just an instant before being carried away by the breath you no longer feel. It is not real in any way that matters, yet it is felt clearly, completely, and then gone. You are not drifting toward sleep so much as becoming part of what already exists. The quiet hum beneath all things. The soft thrum of a world turning without needing to explain itself. You do not need to arrive anywhere. There is no destination to reach, no finish line to cross. The idea of motion feels distant, like something that happened in another life. The floorboards are warm now, not with heat from fire, but with memory. They hold the weight of footsteps long past, a child skipping past, an old man walking slowly toward rest, someone who sat just as you do, without purpose or destination. These are not ghosts, not memories, just warmth, like a place that remembers being touched.
It simply is. Like the way air exists without needing to be named. A faint vibration rises from somewhere beneath you. Not sound, nor tremor, but a pulse like the slow drumming of blood in bone, felt more than heard. It does not startle you. You do not try to locate it. It moves through your body as though it had always been there. And now it is simply returning. Like tide, pulling back gently after long stillness. There is no need for closure. No final image. No last word. The space around you has never been empty. It was only waiting for you to stop trying to fill it. You are not being taken anywhere. You are already home. Not in a place, nor with people, but in the quiet acceptance of simply being, of breathing without purpose, of resting without reason. The air grows heavier still, not oppressive, but full of all that has been left behind. Decisions unmade, paths untaken, voices never spoken. You are allowed to stay exactly as you are. Fingers resting on blanket's edge, breath slow and even, mind softening at its edges. Not broken, not lost, just released from the need to do more than simply exist in this moment. A new shape forms near your right shoulder, not solid, not shadow, but something like mist that has decided it likes the air here and will stay for now. It does not move toward you. It does not retreat. It simply appears like a breath held too long and finally
let go. It is just there, like the way warmth settles after rain, or how silence feels when no one is speaking, but everyone has said everything they needed to say. The room does not change in any visible way. The light still sits in its corner. The fire is gone. The door remains closed, though you do not know if it was ever open. There is no clock, no measure of time, only the slow unfolding of what already is. You are not waiting for anything to happen, not even sleep. It will come when it comes, not as an arrival, but as a continuation. You are no longer seated at a table. You are cradled by the room as if it had been waiting for you to settle into its shape all along. The edges of your awareness have softened beyond recall. There is no distinction between what's near and what's far. Only a slow seepage of stillness that feels less like silence than the quiet after something has finally stopped trying to be heard. The blanket you chose earlier rests lightly over your legs, its surface patterned not with design or meaning, but with the kind of subtle weave that comes from hands that remembered how to make things just because they liked making them. It has no purpose beyond being held and felt, like a memory of touch when nothing was said between two people who understood each other without speaking. The air shifts again, not by motion, but by thickness, as though time itself had paused mid-sentence and decided it preferred this moment to continue just as it is. No change in light, no sound from the hall or shutter beyond. only a softening of the space between things, like water slowly filling an empty basin until there's nothing left to name. A single thread has come loose from your blanket, not fraying, but simply lying where it fell, curled near your heel, like something that forgot its job. You do not pick it up. It does not matter whether it stays or vanishes into the floorboards. There is no urgency in any of this. Not even the notion of care. The wall opposite you has a dim oval patch on it. No shadow, no mark. Just a shape where color seems to have pooled and decided to remain without reason. A single drop lands on the glass above you and doesn't run down. It rests there for long seconds, trembling slightly with its own existence before dissolving slowly into nothing. Your hands lie still now, palms open, fingers relaxed not from fatigue, but because they no longer remember what it means to grip or control. There is a warmth between your wrists, the kind that comes when you've been holding something light and forgotten about it for too long. It's not heat nor cold, it's just presence. A quiet continuation of being. The floorboards beneath you have stopped humming, not because they were ever loud, but because their rhythm was never meant to be heard. They only carried the weight of passage without claiming any credit for it. Now that you are still, the wood settles into itself like a body lying down after standing too long. No sound rises from below, only the deep peace of surfaces resting. Somewhere beyond your awareness, a door has closed, not with a click or slam, but with a soft sigh, as though whatever had been held open had finally let go and decided to stay shut. You do not check if it's locked. There is no need to know whether it could be opened again. The act of closing was not meant to keep something out. It was meant to allow this room to remain exactly as it is, uninterrupted. A chair sits near the wall, unoccupied. It does not invite you to sit, nor does it stand in judgment for your choice to stay where you are. Its legs are worn at the bottom, not from use, but from stillness, from years of simply being present without pretending to serve anything. The air is heavier now, but only because it's full, not with expectation, not with effort, but with all that has been left behind. Unfinished thoughts, unspoken words, dreams deferred not by choice, but by time slipping through fingers like sand. No one was watching. These things do not press down. They float like dust motes in sunlight, suspended without falling. You feel your body becoming less of a boundary and more of an opening, less defined at the edges, as if you were breathing through every pore instead of just lungs. Your skin is no longer a wall. It's a membrane between two worlds that have already merged. One where motion was necessary, and another where stillness is not only acceptable, but inevitable. A shape appears near your left shoulder, not like mist nor shadow, but something softer, more like the moment after someone has whispered a word you didn't catch. It holds no form, yet it takes up space in the way that silence does when no one is speaking, but everyone is listening. It doesn't speak or move toward you. It stays exactly where it is, just long enough for you to notice its existence, then fades without warning into the air as though it had never been there at all. But you know better. It was not a thing that came and went. It was simply what happens when attention stops chasing meaning and begins noticing presence instead. Your breath slows again, not because you are trying to slow it, but because your body has remembered how to rest without needing permission.
The rhythm returns not from discipline, but from familiarity. Like the way water finds its level when left undisturbed for long enough. The blanket shifts slightly on your legs, as if stirred by a thought that wasn't yours. Not a twitch, not a pull, but an adjustment so delicate it might have been imagined. Yet you feel it. The fabric settling into new alignment with no effort from you at all. A small sound comes from somewhere far away. So quiet. It could be the wind catching on a loose tile, or perhaps just air moving through an empty space where something once stood. But even if there is a source, it does not matter. There's no need to locate it, no reason to follow. You are allowed to let your thoughts drift beyond recognition. Not because they're lost, but because they've become unimportant. They don't vanish. They simply stop asking for attention. Like birds that fly past and leave only the faintest echo in the sky. The room has no walls you can see. Not truly. The space around you is gentle, unbroken by sharp angles or sudden changes. There's no need to define what lies beyond, because nothing is trying to get in. You feel the weight of your own eyelids, not as fatigue, but as a quiet surrender. As though gravity has finally agreed with you that being still is not failure, and resting is not waiting for something better. Something settles behind your eyes, soft, like folded paper left on a shelf too long. Not memory, not dream, just the way light lingers after sunset, when no one remembers why they looked up in the first place. There is no final release, no moment where everything snaps into peace. Instead, there is continuity. The kind that doesn't begin or end, but simply continues through you like a current moving beneath the surface of still water. You are not becoming something new. You are returning to what has always been. Not perfect, not complete, but enough, just as you are in this moment, with no need for explanation.
The air around you holds its breath, not because it's waiting, but because it knows what comes next. Doesn't have a name yet. It only exists as the space between one thing ending and another beginning. And that space is not empty. It is full of everything that has never needed to be said. You are no longer leaning